बैटरी है ऑन करना है यहाँ पे वैसे अभी ये अंदर है ना बैटरी रखा है सब
हर्षिल
पावर बैंक भी चूज़ किया पूरा इसका। अरे वो कैमरा वाला बैठा रहता।
Guys, our panelists have arrived, so please, if you could maintain some silence. So hi everyone, good afternoon. So we'll be starting with the panel discussion today. So it is an absolute pleasure to welcome you all in this highly anticipated panel discussion on sustainable energy transition in the chemical industry. A topic that is more relevant now as the global chemical industry moves toward the decarbonization, circular economy practices, and cleaner energy solutions. I think it is crucial to explore the challenges and opportunities that lead the way ahead. So, to shed light on this critical transition, we are honored to have with us an esteemed panel of experts who bring a wealth of knowledge from this industry. So let me introduce them to you all. So firstly, we have Avnish Kumar, Vice President of Carbon Abatement and expert in the emissions reduction and sustainable energy strategies. I welcome you, sir. Secondly, we have Sagar Mathur, sir, Assistant General Manager of Strategy and Incubation, Carbon Black, a leader in the carbon material innovation and sustainable manufacturing. I welcome you, sir. Next, we have Mr. Rajesh Dave from Alkyla Mine, bringing valuable insights into industrial energy optimization and process sustainability. I welcome you, sir. I would like the Azeotropy team to present a small token of appreciation from our side. Sir, if you could please come. Yeah. उसके बाद So, moderating this discussion, we have none other than our Professor Yogendra Shastri, a respected professor and researcher, whose expertise in sustainable process system engineering and energy transition will guide this conversation in a very meaningful direction. So, with such an esteemed panel, we are set for the dynamic discussion that will provide invaluable insights into how chemical industry can align with the global sustainable goals for the future. So, without further ado, let's begin. I now hand over the session to Professor Yogendra Shastri to take it forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very good afternoon to all of you. I hope you are having a good day. I hope you have learned a lot of things as part of different events that have happened so far. And I also am very sure that this panel discussion will also be equally interesting and thought-provoking, because we have a very diverse panel for this topic. So as was mentioned at the beginning, the topic is actually quite important, because energy is a very important aspect of development. Chemical industry is an important consumer of energy. Just to emphasize the point, I had just collected some numbers. So just in terms of numbers, the total, in terms of energy consumption, chemical industry is typically the second or third largest consumer. I'm talking about the industry, different types of industries. In India, I think it is the second biggest consumer of energy. And in terms of GHG emissions, globally, I think the direct GHG emissions are more than 900 million tons. Maybe this is number 2 years old, so maybe it has touched 1,000 tons now. So it is quite huge, and with regulations becoming stricter and so on, I'm sure the industry will have to transition. So this is no doubt a very important topic, and we have a panel covering oil and gas sector, chemical industry sector, also a sector which is looking at maybe using carbon as a feedstock. We often say carbon, we often blame carbon as an atom, but it is also a very valuable resource. So we have someone who represents that sector also. So the way we will do this is we have some questions that we have identified. We'll have those questions to begin with, but we also, all of us are very keen to have more interaction. So after maybe 1 or 2 rounds of questions, we'll open it up to audience, and I encourage all of you to please ask your questions without any hesitation. So that will ensure that the discussion is interesting. Okay, so to begin with, maybe I'll ask each of the panelists to give maybe 3 to 4 minute opening thought on the topic, especially from your industry, because you are, as I said, you are representing different industry sectors. So from your industrial standpoint, what does this topic mean to you, and what are some of the challenges? So
okay.
We'll start with Mr. Dave.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So good afternoon to everybody. So I think I was there in the first half, and I saw the energy and enthusiasm in you to learn new things, and I think this is another wonderful opportunity for me also to learn from the other panelists for this program. So just few days back, I had a discussion with my top management, and I told them, because I'm driving product stewardship and increasing sustainability in my organization for all the manufacturing sites. So I told them that from business continuity plan for a chemical industry, I'll tell you about Alkylam. Alkylam is basically a chemical manufacturing company, and they produce commodity chemicals maybe in tons per day, that high capacity. So I talked to my top management that from business continuity plan, we have only 2 major risks. One is the safety. Safety is the top priority, which everybody agrees. And the second is the regulation. When it comes to the regulation for a chemical industry like us, first is the natural resources. Natural resources, when I say, is the water recycling, but there is a lot of development that has gone into the water recycling. The second thing that comes is the carbon emission, for which we are going to have a lot detailed discussion. So carbon emission is something, the requirement not only for our own commitment the government has made to the world body, but also for our customer, because I don't know whether you may not be knowing that every customer nowadays ask for the carbon footprint of the product. So it has also become important from the business point of view. And the third thing is the effluent load factor is also very, because all this comes into the environment, and nowadays to treat an effluent it requires energy. Most of the effluent treatment are very energy intensive processes nowadays, because ZLD has come into the become mandatory. So this is about the thing, and the carbon emission is the one which is the most bothering for a chemical industry, and I feel that electrification is one of the way that can handle most of the problem, because till today in a chemical industry like ours, 70% energy is from the fossil fuel. In most of, or maybe 85% is from the fossil fuel. It's 15 to 20% is coming from the solar energy. We have the solar energy. So the point is that the carbon emission is a very key, and the electrification is one step that will take us further ahead. Now I pass it on to Adar.
Hi, very good afternoon. I hope I'm audible to everybody. So it's a great excitement to me after coming back to my college. So I was here 20 years back. I passed out from Chemical Engineering Department in 2003. So sustainable energy transition in chemical industries. So I will say it's a very broad topic. So I will further add few more adjectives to the energy transition. It's not only just sustainable, we also need the reliable as well as the affordable. So if all three things come together, then it makes it economical as well as from the affordability point of view, and the reliability to have the intermittency, which is the key characteristic of the RE power, wherever it is available in the form of wind or the solar, etc. It so comes with the intermittency and ultimately the sustainability. So sustainability, we see it from the three angles. Not only just from the environmental point of view, which is related to the emissions, be it in the form of CO2 or other GHG emissions, but also the pollutant, as Dr. Rajesh has mentioned, and also coming from the societal point of view. So whether the society is accepting that kind of a sustainable development or not. So those angles need to be seen very carefully. So once we have defined this energy transition definition, so now look into coming back to the Reliance operation. So we are primarily into refining and petrochemical and polyester. So understand where the energy is required. Energy is required in there are several chemistries that we will deal with, whether it is a naphtha cracking or whether it is distillation or either hydrocracking. So everywhere the energy is required in three forms. One is the heating, second is to meet the reaction chemistry requirements, and the second is the energy to meet the pressure requirements, etc., which is done in the pumps and compressor. And the third is the steam, which is required either in the steam stripping or the distillation. So those are so then we will discuss as we go down in the discussion, we will touch upon those topics. And this is where, so once we define these, what are my sources or my application, the energy transition strategy basically is different for different type of application. So that we will talk about. Yeah.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. I am from the carbon black industry, and it's not known to be, or rather, it has, as sir was saying, it has a negative connotation, but it's really not so. And what's happening on the carbon black front, as is happening with other industry, that there is immense pressure to increase the sustainability factor of the carbon black. Now the product. So now carbon black is inevitable. It has to go. As long as there are tires in this world, there will be carbon black in this world. So we can't escape it. But we have to make sure that the process gets less and less polluting. It becomes more and more environment friendly. Certain things are already in place. We use waste heat from our carbon black units to generate power. That already happens. But the bigger push is in the life extension of carbon black, which is when we put the carbon into the tires, we recycle it and take it out. It's easier said than done, because when we take it out, it's not in a great quality. And then therefore there is a process and there's energy that goes on. But there is no escaping the fact that the pressure on the carbon black industry is immense to bring down the carbon footprint, be it recycling, be it use of waste heat recovery plant, be it figuring out how to bring down your footprint during freight, and there could be are there any substitutes available? Not too many today. So this is something that we are constantly figuring out every day. there is these carbon footprint analysis that keep happening. So life cycle analysis, scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. These happen all the time. There is a monetary value that is now getting attached to it. So earlier, as rightly sir was saying, that it need not just be sustainable, it has to be reliable and it has to be affordable. So these are the angles that we have to balance, and I think the answer lies in engineering. As much as we want it to come from a business case standpoint or other non-technical interventions, the answer does lie in engineering, and I hope that one of you or a lot of you come up with answers that will take us there.
Thank you for those opening thoughts. So now, as a follow-up, maybe I'll ask some specific question to each of the panelists, maybe a different question just to ensure that we cover the topics. So Dr. Dave, maybe because you are working with chemical industry, and when we teach students, we often say that separations is a very energy intensive operation. Almost every industry has distillation, it's very energy intensive. Yeah. So in this context, what is chemical industry thinking about at you reducing the energy consumption for the separations process?
Yeah. So coming to what he said, I think rightly I'll point to that. But before I come to that, I'll just put it this way: we have a raw material, then there is a chemical reaction, and then there is a separation of the product. The separation of product is a very energy intensive operation because it's involve distillation, then reduction of water, and sometimes multiple distillation. And in that heat recovery that we have been, mostly many companies are doing, but we are doing that. And by going with the heat recovery, we are saving around 25% of the energy, which we actually will be required if we are not doing heat energy. And that is possible only if you do the continuous distillation, because or continuous separation. That is one part. There are other part, like I said, that is the energy going in the main distillation, and then there is a polishing of the product for like water removal, where you need a additional distillation. So then I think we are at an advanced stage of using membrane technology. Membrane technology is a separation technique where you can remove very less quantity of water from your product with less energy given to the operation. And then there are some separation technique, not to the product, but we have used for effluent treatment. For effluent treatment, like ours is amines. So amines normally is a compound which has a nitrogen with a lone pair. So we use acid resin so that we can remove it from the effluent, like 2000 COD. Then we trap it on the resin so that it goes below 100 COD, and then we send it to the further common effluent treatment plant. So separation techniques, there also we remove the amines from this effluent also. And then there are something in the gas separation we use for hydrogen plant that we use. So there also we use the adsorption technology to remove carbon dioxide from the hydrogen. So the separation technique, there are different ways, pressure swing methods also they are available for purification. So there are a lot of things, but nowadays when we look at any of the separation process, we also look very critically, not only from the economics as well as from the carbon emission point of view. But finally, as is said, that there is nothing called technological optima in this chemical industry. It is always the economic optima. Whichever is cheaper, that is the best technology. That is what we in the industry believe. So
maybe one specific question, because one way is to reduce the energy consumption.
Yeah.
And also, if you are generating steam, for example, you can potentially shift to a cleaner fuel like hydrogen.
Yeah.
Do you see that happening in the near future, or do you think it is still a bit far
hydrogen, I say we would prefer to use hydrogen, because hydrogen, if you consider per gram, it's a lot of calorific. It's a very calorific rich material. But the problem with it, it's too expensive for the transportation. As in the first session, I think Mr. Bharat Ratna said that transportation of hydrogen is very, very difficult. And compression of hydrogen, transportation, loading, transferring, heating, it would be a best way to do that. But for that, it's not come to a stage where we are economically viable for us to use the hydrogen. And further, for hydrogen, you require a pressurized storage system in the facility, which are very expensive. Then all your boilers and all equipment will have to be modified. So it's basically a capex intensive investment to begin with. But if as the things become cheaper, hydrogen transportation, but for this hydrogen replacement, I would prefer to use hydrogen carrier, like energy rich, if you say, as we discussed, blue ammonia, which is a very easy, well-established fuel for, and it has been used by Aramco and Japanese company. So that is the less low carbon intensive electricity, or low carbon electricity can come from the blue ammonia. Basically, blue ammonia is nothing but ammonia synthesized using a blue hydrogen. Basically, where you have a carbon capture provision and storage facility. But I'll just share with you that there are 200 underground storage facility for the carbon dioxide in this world. So now what people are doing, like Aramco, they are generating hydrogen and carbon dioxide by syngas, like gas, coal gasification, or from the natural gas. They are using the CO for the chemical synthesis for manufacturing the product, and the hydrogen. That is separated, they are using. There are other places where they even form carbon dioxide. They capture the carbon dioxide, store it, compress it, and then they have a underground permanent storage system, like 1 kilometer down the earth, and they believe that it gets converted into a rock, basically a rock kind of thing. So this level of carbon CCS technology, it's called. Okay. So if that is coupled with with the ammonia, with blue hydrogen, and then giving blue ammonia, that is something which has been going on recently. And if that is practically used widely, then this hydrogen, not as a hydrogen but as a carrier in the form of ammonia, would be something which I look at forward.
Okay. Thanks. Interesting. Yeah. So just to give you the context, why ammonia and hydrogen? Because when you burn, you don't produce any CO2.
Yeah.
So that you are still using energy, but in a different form.
Yes.
So thanks a lot. So I have one specific question to Mr. Avnish. Now your industry is very unique in a sense, because you are actually generating energy products, fuels. And when you talk about energy transition, it's you're on both sides in some ways. You have to reduce your own energy footprint and make it efficient, but you're also generating energy products. And I know Reliance is heavily in looking at electrification as an option, and it was mentioned in the opening remark. So getting into specific, let's say, of refining or petrochemical, which operations do you think can potentially be electrified so that we can have, assuming that the electricity is renewable, we can take this opportunity?
So first of all, if we talk about the Reliance, so as you have mentioned, so not only just the energy products, but we also have a big portfolio of the petrochemicals as well as the polyester, which come under the chemical sector only. So coming first on the petrochemical sector, so switching to renewable energy, that's where our emissions are. Currently we use the fossil power, but we are gradually switching to the renewable power, and that is where our new energy business, which is linked with the gigafactories. So we have a plan to produce the gigafactories, giga scale level solar PV, as well as the downstream value chain. And that's where the electrification of our switching from the fossil based power to the RE power on RE-RTC basis, that will be the one of the key factor. And the second, energy consumption, that is in the form of steam, and that is where we have a plan to decarbonize the steam as well. So if you look at it, certain, as we talked about, certain distillation also requires the steam, and some of the operation also have a steam as a co-feed. So that also need to be decarbonized, and then we will have a decarbonization of the steam as well. On the fuel side, so we are working on the several, I will say, green molecules within Reliance. So not only just green molecule coming from the solar, also from the biofuels as well. And that is where we will have a decarbonization of our fuel as well. So these are the three ways we can do that. And that is what I was telling in the opening statement as well. So we need to look at the sources of emissions first, and where the applications are, and looking at the first principle, decide on how the decarbonization needs to take place. And coming to the electrification part, so that all depends on the what scale we are talking about. So currently the electrical heater, so whether it is for a reaction chemistry or for the reboiling application, or third could be from the steam generation purpose. So all three have a different technology readiness level currently. So if we talk about the, say, petrochemical in the cracker side, so what we have seen that certain licensors have developed the e-crackers, means currently now what we are doing, we are basically burning the fossil fuel. So energy required for the cracking the naphtha or ethane, that is coming from the fossil sources. But the new technology is coming in like e-cracker. So that is where the renewable power will be used as a heating media in order to generate the required temperature for the chemistry. And then we will have. But what we see currently, the technologies are currently only available at a, I will say 4 to 5 megawatt, which is a scale of say 4 tons per hour of feed. So now, but this is a very good, I will say, invention or innovation which has done, or the development has happened in the recent past. So we will see the technology will be adopting, or industry will be adopting such technologies very fast, and that's where the decarbonization will be happening.
So in some ways, if you are able to, if you succeed in making green energy molecules, it will actually help other industries, because then they will be using those greener fuels as part of their energy inputs, fuels. Thanks. So your success is very important then for the whole industry. Okay. Thanks a lot. So now your, as we have said, your business is somewhat different as compared to the other two. So now, do you foresee a potential impact of energy transition in chemical industry on your business, or how would, let's say, some of the products that you make could potentially change because of that?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there will be a pretty significant impact on our process on two ends. One is, as I said, particularly our business in carbon black. Now there are two sources. Either we can use carbon black feedstock, which is from bottoms of the refineries, or we can use coal tar, and that coal tar comes from the coke ovens in steel factories. But increasingly, steel plants are moving towards electric arc furnace. So that is, from a cost standpoint, that's a negative for me, because I do not get that coal tar anymore. And therefore, our raw material planning has to take into account that I have to now import CBFS and the freight impact on purely from a carbon standpoint. So that's one very important part that we have to keep in mind. A way to mitigate that can be, theoretically, of course, economics will matter, is that we, as I was saying again, back to waste tire recycling, that the tire oil is arguably a good feedstock. Not maybe on a standalone basis, but if we blend it with other oils, it does to a certain extent replace the conventional feedstock of coal tar or anthracene oil or CBFS. And that is true circularity, because we are recycling the tires, we are getting that oil, we are making carbon black, we're putting it back into tires. And that closes the loop. Energy transition, to a certain extent, it has already happened by the nature of the industry, because what happens in a carbon black unit is that every time we set up a plant, we have these tail gases with which we can generate our own power. So we've done that in our organization, and we initially were buying power from a power supplier, but we set up our own power plant, and therefore we don't need to buy power anymore. So in that sense, we are using the tail gas to power our own processes. And then the third on the product front is, I spoke about waste tires and yesterday, but there is also the electrification of vehicles. Now carbon black doesn't just go into tires, it also goes into batteries. And there are these superconductive carbon blacks that we make that are used as additives in the lithium ion batteries, particularly in anode of the battery. And as the electric vehicle penetration increases, the demand for this superconductive carbon black also improves. And therefore we have this another product line at hand. It has very high entry barriers, it's easier said than done to make it. But yes, that demand is there. And then EVs, of course, the EV tires are different. Electric vehicle is different if you think about the weight of the vehicle, the center of the gravity, the design, the architecture. So tires are bearing the load of the entire vehicle. And therefore, the carbon black that goes into EV tires will be slightly different. It has to have different properties. Carbon black also goes into other non-tire rubber products inside a vehicle, mounts and beadings and all, and they have to take the load. Load distribution is different in electric vehicle. So there also it makes a difference. So on one hand, yes, the coal tar is not available. To be honest, that's an economic problem. That's not a technology problem. But on the other hand, the opportunity that we have this new line of products altogether that we can tap into, that we can get a new feedstock from waste tire recycling. And not just the feedstock, even the recovered carbon black that comes out of that goes back. We can blend it as of today because the quality is not there yet. But maybe in the near future, it will to a large extent replace conventional carbon black. So I would say net, it's a positive impact of this energy transition, and that's really driving the carbon black industry forward.
Thanks a lot. Maybe I'll take a short pause here, and as I said, we would like to have more interaction and questions from students. We have crossed about 25 minutes. So any questions to the panelists from the audience? This is your opportunity to ask, get your doubts or maybe questions. We have more questions. I have more questions with me, but I would like you to ask some questions. This is not an exam, so you don't have to worry about it.
And no question is silly question.
Yeah, no question is silly question. So no questions. Okay. Yeah. So somebody has to be the leader here. Yeah. Anyway, maybe I'll think about it. I'll ask one more question. We'll come back to you again. So from a regulatory standpoint, no, and maybe this question I can ask to all the three panelists. There's always this question of carrot and stick. Energy transition, of course, there is obviously this drive to achieve net zero, reduce carbon emissions, and energy is your biggest carbon emitter, so you have to do something about energy consumption. And cost factor also, or economics also one aspect. So do you think there is some change needed in the regulatory structure, or how the rules are, maybe carbon tax or something like that? What do you think, in your opinion, could potentially promote energy transition while at the same time not affecting the businesses? So maybe we'll go one by one this way.
So coming to the regulation, as you rightly said, for to have an uniformity in the competition, regulation sometimes do play a lot of roles, because sometimes, for example, I'm venting out my CO2 directly as a big company, as a responsible company, and some other competitor is just not capturing and just putting it outside. So it doesn't become a fair competition. So I do believe some place regulation is good for the business, because it set up a standards basically. Sometimes you are forced to do it so that you come at par with the competition. So from business perspective, okay, it's a requirement. And coming to the regulation point of view, like for example, solar panel, there is a lot of government incentive, PLI, means production link incentive for manufacturing of solar panels. So there is a lot of inadequate policy or uncertain policies, and it becomes difficult sometimes to be sure to proceed a direction where you make an investment for reduction or decarbonization, because your planning or business strategy is based on a policy which you don't know. Sometimes it may change with over a period of time. So that is one regulation uncertainty is one of the problem I feel is still there. And another thing is the socio-economic, because sometimes, for example, if we as a company wanted to set up a solar panel, so what happened, it become very difficult. Some people in that particular rural area doesn't like the visual aspect. It's not good. because it doesn't look good. So that it's a mindset. And second thing, biodiversity is also one of the problems that can come when I put a panel. Everything there is you remove a lot of trees, because panel is not something one you put it. You have to put it lot of panels. So there are a lot of things, factors that do come, and it become a hindrance for execution towards decarbonization. That's from my side.
Yeah, coming to the regulation requirements or what all things are required. So let me start at a world scale. So what has happened in Paris Agreement 2015, and that is where almost 195 parties came together and then they signed the net zero pledge. India signed into COP29, and that was called to COP26 or COP28 India. So that is where most of the, I will say, developed countries, and they basically took a pledge of net zero for 2050 mostly, and China did that for 2060, and India took a target of 2070, and that is where. And during that, we also took a 5 NDCs, nationally determined contributions, and one of them was having the installed renewable power capacity of 500 gigawatt. So look at the numbers. And then we also talked about reducing our 45% GHG carbon intensity on per capita basis. So those were also there. And similarly, the sequestering carbon in the natural form of, that is forestation and the other natural forms. So such things were there. So now coming back, so that is what India has pledged. That means India need to comply that by 2030. This year, COP 2030 is going to happen. So India is going to revisit that those NDCs, as well as took the pledge for the next 5 years as well. So that is the mandate that every company or the nation, as a nation, we need to follow. So in order to comply with that, India has already rolled out a CCTS, what is called Carbon Credit Trading Scheme. So India is going to, so required bills have been passed on, policies have been modified, now the procedures are being developed, methodologies are being worked out for 6 different sectors. So this is to start with. And so earlier India used to have the PAT, Perform, Act and Trade. So PAT, so that was more from the energy point of view. So what India is going to do, India is going to convert that energy targets into the carbon intensity target on per ton basis of any chemical or cement or iron, whatever the product is, whatever the sector we are in. So this is how, so Professor Shastri talked about the carrot and stick approach. So this is, I will say, the stick kind of approach, where India is going to have a compliance carbon market, and we are going to say, okay, this is you need to follow or abide by. Otherwise, there will be kind of a penalty will be coming, or you need to purchase the carbon credit from the compliance carbon market. That's the one thing. Now let's talk about the carrot approach. So as Professor Dr. Dave talked about the PLI scheme. So PLI scheme, so as the government is also, when we are taking the pledge as a nation for net zero, so government also announced the green hydrogen mission. And that is where we're gonna have like 5 million tons of green hydrogen production by 2030 from India. So in order to meet those targets, India has started already the PLI scheme, means production linked incentive. So let's say, so people or the companies do bid for that, and they get say quota from that PLI scheme, be it a solar gigafactory or be it a energy storage system gigafactory, electrolyzer, or any other thing. So those are all under the PLI scheme. So that is where I will say the incentive coming from the government, and that is to attract, or I will say promote the production of those renewable energy systems within the India, so that we are not limited by the resources. So when the people want to use, say, solar energy, so it should not be limited by the resources, like solar panels are not available, electrolyzers are not available, sufficient battery storage is not there. So in order to meet that pace also, so that is very much needed, and that is very much needed when we are targeting as a developed nation by 2047. So we need to meet the growth at the same time with the sustainability goals.
Thanks a lot. Your thoughts on what potentially can how regulations can help in this transition?
Yeah, I mean, regulations are already doing that. I think the two gentlemen have spoken to it on an extent, to a great extent. In the carbon black industry, also, either directly or indirectly, we see the benefit of regulations. Simple examples, I spoke about that waste heat recovery power plant, right? Now, it generates more power than we need. So what do we do with the surplus power? So there are so many facilities that the government provides. Government says you pump it into the grid. There is a open access scheme. It wasn't there. I think it has been brought in not recently, but in the recent times, where I can just pump in the power in the grid and anybody on the other end can buy it. We don't have to have a power purchase agreement, all that contract work, nothing. Right, so that helps me use that gather. Otherwise, I would have had to flare it because I have used for only, let's say, 30-40% of the power that's getting produced. On the other hand, I spoke about those electric vehicles. So all the regulations towards EV proliferation in India, that is creating demand for the new products in the carbon black industry. So that's a positive. There is also, I spoke about the waste tires recycling. So waste tire is traditionally a very dirty industry. And you have all sorts of unscrupulous elements who operate such plants, non-compliant, dirty, unsafe. And they were all working on imported tires because it is difficult to collect tires locally. It's very easy. You hire an importer, that person will ship it in a container, bring it and then you recycle. That was creating two problems. One, that local tires are not getting recycled. And the other, that all the other countries are dumping their waste on us. So government brought in a regulation saying that you cannot import tires for pyrolysis. Yes, if you're going to make recovered carbon black from it, which is a valuable product, then maybe yes, but otherwise no, you cannot do it. And it's another thing that I'm sure people will find a way to bypass, but that's a matter of time where that will also stop. So that's a very strong regulation that government has brought in, which has suddenly given this huge impetus that this industry has to get organized, and which is why a company like Epsilon Carbon is looking at it. Otherwise, I would have had to worry that how do I compete with the person who's violating all sorts of rules and is operating an ultra low cost plant. So there are these barriers that the government is setting up. So these are some of the things where the regulation helps. Sometimes it can be detrimental also, but there are not too many of those. I think in the long term, the regulations are going along with the technology. So for example, again, if we take the case of solar, there are regulations earlier that you can set up a solar plant somewhere. For example, in the state of Karnataka, you can set up a solar plant somewhere and you can use the grid to wheel the electricity. So you don't have to do it locally. So that constraint is not there. I can set it up somewhere else and use the grid to pump power into my plant in a different location. Government says pay me wheeling charges and I'm fine with it. There are also mandates related to rooftop solar. So rooftop solar becomes possible. Then the government says that acha, you're making power from waste heat. So there is a renewable energy mandate which says that roughly, I think, I don't know if I'm wrong, 7% of your energy must come from solar, renewable. But that gets offset or waived if we are using our own waste heat. So I think that's a friendly regulation. Otherwise, I have so much of waste gas and generating so much power, I'm actually putting it back into the grid and you're forcing me to set up solar power plants. So that's not happening. I mean, that doesn't have to happen. So there are many ways that the regulations are working to help this transition, but I think the regulations will only go so far. And I said in the beginning of this session that the answer will lie in engineering. Again, for example, if I want to set up a new plant today, among all the other capital costs, one capital cost is how do I connect to the grid? Now that becomes a problem because if I have an affordable land that's available further away from the grid and I have to pay less, which makes it easier for me to set up my business, I'm looking at a huge cost to set up that power connection line. So immediately I think, can I do a solar? I have enough land, it's a cheap land, I will set up a solar power, but today solar cannot provide round the clock. That battery banking has to be done and it is prohibitively expensive. And it becomes unviable. But I believe that if there is enough technological development that even the banking becomes affordable and one can install batteries so that you get round the clock power in the night. I'm not saying that you don't have to connect to the grid, but the the intensity of that capital will come down. I will not have to worry so much because I'll save all the power by generating all the money by generating my own power. So I'll recover all the money that I spent in connecting to the grid. So there are many such examples where regulation along with technology will take the case much further. But as of today, I think regulations are taking us in the right direction.
Thanks. So, let's say nobody's asking, so I'll ask question on students' behalf. Let's say I'm a student sitting in the audience, in your opinion, now given this potential or imminent energy transition in chemical sector, are there any interesting business opportunities or let's say business ideas which you think they can look at? Speaking specifically in chemical industry, energy, that space, do you can you think of any
Yeah, there are so many business ideas that one can look at. I have many of my own, but I don't have the money to to put into them. But yeah, again, for example, if we look at carbon black, right now we undertake pyrolysis and we burn coal tar or radio. There is a technology for methane pyrolysis, right, and it is cleaner, but we are not able to do it today because it is expensive, right, and it is economically unviable. So if there can be always in the morning I was a judge in one of the events where many ideas had been presented, and I had a simple message to all of them that look at how you can make something that's unaffordable affordable. That has value as long as we are solving a problem. We are talking about energy, so we can focus on energy. If it is power, how can bring it down? If it is using solar power, how can I change the battery system so it becomes cheaper? If it is carbon black transportation, for example, what can I do to bring down the cost of transportation? Again, a simple example, if we have to transport carbon black, it has to be pelletized because powder carbon black is difficult to transport. So we pelletize, pelletization consumes energy, and then at the user at the other end is grinding it into a powder again. So we are converting powder into pellet, transport, and pellet back into powder. Can there be a way, I'm just thinking aloud, can there be a way where the powder itself can be transported in large bags? So I don't have to do the pelletization. I save that energy. And the moment one goes to an industry with such ideas where you see an immediate impact on a pressing need, that's where the traction comes in.
Yeah, thanks. That's quite interesting. Any questions? Again, I'm coming back to the audience. Any questions from students? Yeah, see several hands now. Good. Maybe I saw her first. So.
I have one question regarding carbon capture technology. So I just want to know, are industries ready to take up carbon capture technology? Because as far as I have done some study, I think only converting into renewable energy is not sufficient for achieving net zero goals. So I just wanted to know how industries are going forward for carbon capture.
So that's a very important element of when we look at the different scenarios which IPCC has seen, or I will say the modeling of like 15, 16 scenarios that we have seen, or IPCC has seen, and similarly IEA. So CCS is one of the element which cannot be, I will say, cannot be looked into. It is an integral part of the net zero of the world. So, and carbon capture is the first element. So first thing, if we are able to eliminate the CO2 at a first place, if we don't combust any fuel which is having a say fossil carbon, that's always the best thing. And second thing, like even if it is part of it, say certain chemistries are dependent on the generation of CO2. For an example, MEG, monoethylene glycol, if you want to make the CO2 is going to get liberated out of the reaction. Similarly, if you look at the cement clinker, that's where CO3 is used. So again, it's going to emit the CO2. And similarly, if we look at the FCC technology, that's where the coke is again converted to CO2. So these are the, I will say, hard to abate carbon which cannot be eliminated. And similarly, there are certain fuel gases that are generated out of various chemicals. When we do any processing, there are certain off gases are generated. Those are also having carbon. So that also will be ultimately be converted into CO2. So CO2 capture is going to be essential in certain capacities depending upon the timeline that we see in the different scenarios. So now looking at the carbon capture, yes, industries are accepting it or realizing that carbon capture will be essential thing. If you look at the worldwide, almost I will say several industries have already taken up the CO2 capture. The world's largest plant is already doing the CO2 capture almost at 5,000 tons per day of capacity, and they are sequestering that carbon. So sequestering is a kind of, I will say, the waste of that CO2 molecule, and that is where India is also promoting CCU, and that is where everybody should be proud that IIT Bombay is one of the center of excellence for CCU from India side, and the second one is the Bangalore. So you see, so that is where the lot of focus is there on the CO2 capture and utilization also. But India is not, say, leaving that storage part also, but India is also exploring the CO2 storage part. So coming to the CO2 capture technology development, there are several technologies are available. Just for your information, ammonia plant, which releases the CO2, once we do the SMR of the methane, then CO2 is liberated. So that CO2 is being captured worldwide from almost last 50 years. So there are capture technology, matures are available, but at a higher partial pressure of CO2. So those are being available and those are being utilized in the urea manufacturing, which is the downstream part of it. So that is also being utilized. But looking at the CO2 capture technologies where the partial pressure of CO2 is very low, for an example, any combustion of the fuel which is happening, so I will say partial pressure of that CO2 stream is very low. I will say in the range of 14 or 15 kilopascal only. And that is where the challenge lies. The extracting at that pressure, you can't have the physical separation. You need to have the chemical absorption based separation, and that requires a lot of energy. And that is where I will say every student, if we are looking at that process solution, how we can develop a chemistry which utilizes is very less energy in that, because if you look at the chemical separation process from the third law of dynamics, the energy efficiencies are in the range of 5 to 6% only, and that is very very low. In order to process to be very economically, this has to be more than 85%. So if research institutes can develop a technology for such kind of a flue gases, or coming back to the direct air capture, which is a molecule which is already available in the atmosphere and which is considered as a neutral carbon molecule. So if you are able to capture that, which is again a tremendous task, there are 4 or 5 companies which are working in these areas developing their technology. They are at a TRL 7 or TRL. When I say TRL 7 means it's a pilot, or TRL 9 means the first commercial plant has been deployed. So they are at that level also, but the costs are exorbitantly high because we are handling the lot of volume of air, because the CO2 concentration is in the range of 400 ppm. So if we look at the solutions such that how we can reduce the energy consumption, that will be definitely great for industries to accept, as well as provide the solution in the reliable and sustainable manner.
Yeah,
Thanks
and
a lot,
I would also
Karan.
like to add to this, because we do see that CCS is something look very good, but it's very expensive, and we will have to understand that for any process where carbon dioxide is liberated along with hydrogen or energy, you get it, that requires an energy. Basically energy means carbon, so even compression of the carbon dioxide, transportation, so all this operation, even CCS is something which requires hydrogen liberation of, it involves emission, because the natural gas which is used for during the CO2 formation or energy electricity generation, it has a carbon emission because it is drilled from the reservoir. So there is energy gone into that and transportation to your place. So there is already carbon emission done. And then after CC, when collection storage is also involves carbon emission because of the compression, transportation to the underground where it has to be. So carbon emission will always be there, but to a lower level than in a classical way. That is what I...
Thanks. There's a couple of questions. Yeah. So would you like to take it?
So,
Dark fermentation.
I didn't get it. You mean to say green hydrogen? Because in the morning you were there, I think the seminar from Mr. Bhatt Rathan. He said that HPCl is.
Yeah, so the question is, if I understand correctly, using waste, probably municipal solid waste or bio waste through dark fermentation. So can it potentially be like fermentation based hydrogen generation? Can it potentially be used for
No, it
in
would be
chemical
good,
industry?
but I don't know whether such kind of hydrogen generation, because water is in an oxidized form. In nature, everything you see is an oxidation. If you see everything that is happening in the nature is an oxidation. Now, reduction of water to form a hydrogen, which is electrolysis. The weakness of the green hydrogen is that it requires a lot of energy for electrolysis. So nature is meant for oxidation. Now, hydrogen form fermentation, I don't know whether those kind of bacteria, enzymes available. I don't know. It would be there or I don't know. But it's really difficult. But if it happens, it would be great.
Sure.
Yeah.
So it's a good question. Basically, there are certain microbes available which work in as you mentioned, the dark fermentation, or we call it certain conditions. There are microbes are available which can work in the mixotrophic condition. The algae that we see, microalgae, which work in the autotrophic condition. But hydrogen, when it is required, then it needs to be happen in the dark fermentation. So that's where the oxygen should not be there. So we can make, so if you remember biogas fermentation, when we do that, so it's a methogenesis reaction which is happening. So you are converting carbon and the water along with it into the methane form. And if it is done in the excess of oxygen, then methane is not formed, then it is a CO2 which is getting formed. And third thing, if the carbon, the methogenesis pathway is not preferred by that microbe, then it's a hydrogen which is liberated. But what I have known so far from the research which is happening globally, the yield is very, very small. The yield, what I have known, hardly 1 or 2%. Where the methane yields are quite high, CO2 yields are quite high. So the selectivity of those microbes need to be improved. And that can be improved by genetic modification, by doing that change in their genes so that the certain pathways are preferred by those. And that I think the several institutes are working on that direction. But once it is solved, as you mentioned, it will not only solve the energy problem, but also the waste management problem. So that is where people are, if it is done in a say methane also, so that also solves the problem, because the carbon which is released is a biogenic form, provided the organic part of is coming from the biomass or other organic matter only, not the municipal solid waste which is having say plastic or other fossil based carbons. Again, that is released back to our, so that should not happen. So when we are doing this, so life cycle assessment also need to be seen very carefully. It should not happen we are releasing energy somewhere and we are during the generation of energy we are releasing lot of carbon in our value chain. So that should not happen. So we have to see the entire value chain. Well, it's a good question. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. If I can just add a quick follow-up, typically these biological processes are very slow. That is another challenge. The rate at which you need generation, it could be a mismatch. Maybe we'll check if there is someone else has a question. So there was one more hand that was raised. Yeah, maybe we'll this. Yeah, please go ahead. Maybe you'll have to speak a little louder.
Yes.
Is that sector coming under the CCTS or not?
No, it doesn't come. It's as I told you, it's I'll tell you numbers. You mean you want to see whether we are doing carbon capture?
Carbon offset. Basically, you are taking
Carbon
purchasing
offset
credits.
can be done by numerous ways. One is by installing a solar panel. Over last 3 years, alkylamine, 300% growth over last 3 years. We have increased in the solar panel, energy coming from the solar panel. So one of the offset is by switching to the renewable energy. So that is what we are doing. And total today, our renewable energy proportion in the total consumption of the energy, when I consider all the three sites, it is around 29 to 30%. And using CCS technology, carbon capture storage or utilization storage, that we are not doing.
Thanks. We have time for one last question. Yeah. So, Mr. Mishra, would you like to have any thoughts on this? Actually, I had this question myself, but good that you have asked.
Yeah, nuclear energy, not in my field as of now. Carbon black is not connected to nuclear energy. I think nuclear has applications. I do read articles here and there where they're trying to miniaturize nuclear plants or even build batteries that can last. There are nuclear powered boats and submarines, to what I remember. I think it is there. Mass utilization of nuclear energy, other than the nuclear power plants that are set up, that is yet to be seen. It has a lot of potential, of course, because it is everlasting. In theory, if you have a nuclear battery, you don't ever have to charge it, and you miniaturize it. And that can probably be done at lab scale, or somebody might even do it. But to commercialize it is a drastically difficult challenge. It's nothing is impossible, but as of today, there are no commercially available nuclear solutions. They are there, they're happening at lab scale, or they're happening at very, very different, like defense or shipping or even space propulsion. There are concepts of nuclear powered spaceships, but nothing in commercial public life, not of now.
Yeah.
So this year's India's budget has added the nuclear capacity provision also, and that is why I think you might have asked this question. So if you have seen from Feb, since the budget was presented, and till now, there have been like several announcements have come from the different corporates. So they are investing or going to invest in the nuclear energy. So mostly the technologies which are coming up are the small modular reactors, SMR based technology. So that is where. Now the major challenge will be on the sourcing of the raw material, whether it needs to be uranium or some other like thorium, etc. And the recent news was also there that India is also exploring the thorium based SMR reactors. So I think as we see the intermittency coming with the wind and solar, supplementing power from other sources is always helpful. So that is ultimate aim to reduce the overall energy mix cost. But we need to be little careful what will happen to the radioactive waste. How do we dispose of them? Are there not the side reaction? Because we should not have a problem. We are trying to solve one problem, which is say climate change, global warming. And we should not create another problem which is created by the radioactivation. So that if that waste is handled carefully, which is being done in India as well as not only worldwide also. So, and if you know that India is already have the several nuclear power plants, almost 10% of energy comes from the nuclear only. Okay.
I would also like to add this, like for example, Germany, they had stopped the nuclear power. Sometime back they are again rethinking of starting the nuclear plant energy, but there are concerns of the nuclear waste that is generated, as Onish rightly said. But I think whether you must all know that in south of France 4 or 5 countries have contributed money and they are doing research of nuclear fusion, what happens on the sun, where two hydrogens combine and you get unlimited amount of energy. So the work is going on, and if we get a breakthrough in that, it will solve the biggest problem of carbon emission. So things are happening, and everybody is working to handle this by different ways, but still it has not materialized.
Yeah. So thanks a lot. I am sure there are more questions, but we have overshot our time actually. I think it was very interesting discussion, but to be honest, we have only scratched the surface. There are many other issues, because whenever we talk about energy and carbon, renewable energy comes in picture, but it has intermittency. How do you handle that intermittency? How do you ensure that you are not just offsetting direct emissions with indirect emissions? Biological processes are a possibility to reduce energy consumption, but they are very slow. So how can you enhance the rate? So these are all open problems that are relevant to chemical engineering, and I hope some of you get to work on these problems. I thank again all the panelists for this very interesting discussion. I hope the message, if I can summarize, is that it's a very important area. There are technological solutions that are coming up, but there is a lot that needs to be done, both in terms of technologies as well as potentially some business opportunities. So thank you again. Thank you for attending the panel. And yeah,
Can I just say one last thing?
one final thought from Mr. Mishra.
The only point I want to make to all of you, that if there ever was a time to be an engineer, a good engineer in India, it is now. We have, as a country, we've lost many engineers either to the financial services because they get into banks and other things, or they leave the country and they go to the US or other thing. This is the best time to be an engineer. Do not leave science. Do not worry about your commercial interests. They will be met. There is enough money in the market to put on promising technologies. There is a lot of confidence. There is a lot of knowledge available. So put your heart and soul into solving problems with engineering. The administration will take care of it. The financials will be taken care of if you make it viable. So this is the best time to be an engineer now.
Thank you. That's a very
Yeah,
positive
and
note. To
one more thing I would like to add it to the topic, like electrification of the chemical processes, because I'm from chemical industry. When I totally look at it, I come to a conclusion it is very easy to control or manage few chimneys of power plant where I can do the carbon capture, rather than all the industries managing the chimneys of all the chemical industries. So that way you look at it, electrification is so useful for the carbon emission.
Thanks a lot. Thank you very much. I hand it over to the organizers.
Yeah, it was such an amazing panel discussion, and thus now we, the Azeotropy team, will like to give a token of appreciation to all of our panelists, starting from Mr. Rajesh Dave, sir.
I go there? Or I have to go there? Okay.
Oh. Mr. Avnish Kumar, sir. Mr. Sagar Mathur, sir. And Professor Yogendra Shastri, sir. Well, also adding on to this, we have our another guest speaker, Mr. Desh Deepak Mishra, sir. We'd like to have him for like few minutes if he can share his insights. Welcome, Desh Deepak, sir.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. And first of all, let me apologize. I got stuck in traffic. Now, that's an excuse I used to give generally when I was in this college. I am an alumni of Iit Bombay, 93 batch. Many of you do not even know that 93 existed. What is the general age in this group? 17, 18, 19, 20? You guys have not even known that 1990s existed, isn't it? So I graduated in 1993, chemical engineering, this department. Do not ask me my CPI. I told it last time and I'm not going to repeat it again. It was very, very interesting panel discussion, so I'm not going to bore you enough. Generally, if you look at it, sustainability is a subject which, and I'll talk of sustainability only right now. Sustainability is a subject where I think each industry is trying to find their own ways of dealing with it. Now, our industry, Mr. Sagar Mathur said, our industry is carbon black. So we talk of reducing carbon black, we actually produce carbon black. So it's an oxymoron for us to actually be talking of sustainability while we produce carbon black. However, what we do is, we look at circularity of the entire thing. So we see, okay, so even if we generate carbon black, what can we do to recycle more? And I think that's the theme. So not just for our industry, any industry you go. When they talk of sustainability, we will talk of clean energy, we'll talk of nuclear energy, we'll talk of blue hydrogen, we'll talk of green hydrogen, we'll talk of gray hydrogen, we'll talk of carbon capture, usage and storage. Everybody will talk of all that, but at the end of the day, each industry has to find a solution to recycle, reuse as much as possible. I think that's going to be the theme for most of the industry. I like the closing statement which my colleague Mr. Sagar Mathur made. And this is where I think, as somebody who's a chemical engineer from this institute can very proudly say, when I decided to stay as an engineer and work in a corporate in India, in my batch, and I think I had a batch of, I think there were 60 students in my batch that time. And as far as I can remember, only 2 of us have stayed as a chemical engineer. 2 of us have stayed in Indian industry. Most of them moved to US. Many of them moved into financial sectors. Many of them moved into, God knows, they became entrepreneurs, but not in the chemical industry. However, as I see over the last, I would say last 10 years maybe 15 years, the demand for engineers in India is going to be pretty significant. Now, as India focuses more on Make in India, as India focuses more on, building capabilities within India to service the entire world, this is where, actually, if you look at it, the demand for engineers in India is going to be very, very high. So many of you would probably feel right now the economy is slow, there's slowdown in the economy, job opportunity may not be very high. That's what you might feel. But I can assure you, going forward, maybe another couple of years, you'll see a huge surge, huge demand for the engineers in India, within India, and of course, bright students like you all across the world. With that, I would want to end. I would not want to bore you too much about it, but I can tell you, these are pretty exciting times for all of you. Enjoy your life. Stay in India, serve India as much as you can. I'm happy that I stayed in India and I served, but I'm sure there are many of you would want to stay in India and serve India. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. So now there is this 10 to 15 minutes of tea break that we are giving in, and afterwards we have 2 amazing events coming up. So one is a speaker session by Professor Yoshikawa Genki, who is from NIMS Japan, and second is again a very interesting panel discussion on entrepreneurship in chemical engineering. But before that, I would like you guys to have a 10 to 15 minutes of tea break. You guys can start exiting one by one. Thank you. And we'll start sharp at 5:15. So please keep this in mind. Thank you so much.
It won't like make a sound if you tap. You have to speak it.
Okay. Great.
Hello everyone. So we'll be starting the next speaker session in couple of minutes. So please settle down.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. It is a privilege to welcome you all to yet another insightful session of the Azeotropy 2025 lecture series, where we engage with pioneers in chemical and material science. Today, we have the immense honor of hosting Professor Yoshikawa Genki from the National Institute for Material Science in Japan, a distinguished researcher whose groundbreaking work has significantly contributed to advancements in nanotechnology, sensor science, and materials innovation. Professor Yoshikawa's research spans across nanoscale materials, advanced sensing technologies, and their applications in sustainable solutions. His contributions have paved the way for next generation chemical sensing, environmental monitoring, and biomedical applications, making a profound impact on both academia and industry. On a personal note, I had the privilege of working under Professor Yoshikawa under my internship at NIMS, and I'm forever grateful for his mentorship. His passion for research and his ability to break down complex challenges with a calm and cool nature left a lasting impression on me. As we move toward a future where materials innovation and smart technologies play a crucial role in tackling global challenges, Professor Yoshikawa's insights will undoubtedly inspire and enlighten us. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming Professor Yoshikawa Genki. Sir, it is an honor to have you with us. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, okay. Okay, so good evening. First of all, I'd like to thank Vaishnavi, Amuna, and their colleagues, and all the members organize this beautiful symposium. And first, I like to say that I love India and its history, culture, and especially its food. And I frequently go to Indian restaurant in Japan, but it seems it's Japanese Indian food. as I experience this authentic Indian food right now. Okay, anyway, today I would like to talk about this artificial olfaction and how we develop this kind of technology. And I hope some of you may get interested in this type of research and hopefully join our group as a member of this challenging project. Okay, so for the potential application of this type of sensors are listed here. So these are the actual examples of urgent inquiries from actual sites these challenges, these inquiries, problems may be possible to be solved by using olfactory sensors. It's starting from food, agriculture, security, environment, toiletries, nursing, automobiles, industry, healthcare, and medicals. And as you may know, the ultimate challenge would be this exhaled breast cancer diagnostic. And it is, if it is realized, it can be a huge breakthrough in these medical applications. And of course, there are lots of more applications. But unfortunately, so far, almost or none of them are solved yet. And there are lots of technical issues. And we are still struggling with these issues. And hopefully, we can make some breakthrough together. Okay, so this is contents of my talk today. But before going into these main topics, I'd like to introduce myself and my organization, Institute. This is a short biography of me. And I got PhD at the University of Tokyo and then to Tohoku University, and from 2008-09, I joined NIMS, National Institute of Material Science. And when I was a bachelor or master student, I looked like this. So kind of so-called a junk student. So it's great that all of you guys gather this kind of scientific event on Saturday. So please keep going on this productive activities. But anyway, I was very much focusing on music activities, and it helped me somehow. So it might be a good opportunity for you to experience various activities. Okay. Anyway, okay. Then, for my institute, this is National Institute for Material Science, and it is located near Tokyo, about 1 hour from Tokyo. And so this city called Tsukuba is a science city in Japan. And there are lots of research institutes, including academic research institute and companies research institute. So if you access to the website of NIMS, you can find various aspects of NIMS. But today I would like to introduce a few of them. The first one is NIMS is Japan's top research institute, especially for material science. We are doing a reasonable job. And in terms of top 1% papers, we are equivalent level of other famous universities. And another important aspect is the patent income. As you can see here, NIMS is far ahead of research organization in Japan. So we are trying hard to make something really practical and useful in real life. And also, NIMS is quite international institute, and about 30% of members are foreign nationals. And we have lots of collaborations with universities over all the world, including some IITs in India here. But it's unfortunately not yet have official contract between Iit Bombay. So I hope we can soon have some contract. Okay, and I'm also serving as a professor in the University of Tsukuba. And you can join this PhD program. And we can support financially as well. So if I were a student, I would definitely apply for this opportunity. And now from this April, next month, Crown Prince, so next emperor in Japan, will enter this University of Tsukuba. So it's a kind of now royal university. So yeah, hopefully you can also enjoy such environment. And so far, in total, 40 plus international students enjoy their life in our group from various countries, including India, Canada, USA, whatever. Yeah, and sometimes we got some together award with some internship students or write some papers together. And recently, new PhD students graduated, got PhD, 3 PhD students, awarded. Okay, and as Amuna introduced, she came to our lab for 3 months last year, and I hope she enjoyed her stay. Yeah, great. Okay, so please feel free to contact me. And I will explain in detail, but olfactory sensors require very much integration of multidisciplinary science and technologies. And chemical engineering is very important for various aspects. So yeah, hopefully we can do something together. Okay, let's go into this main topics. I would like to explain first what's odors or some olfactory sensors. So 5 senses and 5 sensors. As you know, we have 5 senses and we have corresponding sensors. And for physical sensors, we have very much matured sensors also on our smartphones. But as you know, chemical sensors are still yet under development. And especially this olfactory sensor, electronic nose, is not yet come into our daily life. But this type of chemical sensors are expected to contribute to various fields for next society as an interface between physical world and cyber world. And yeah, again, as I showed at the beginning, there are lots of actual demands, needs in various fields. And I receive almost not every day, but every week, we receive some contacts from real industry or some companies. Many contacts and inquiries. So hopefully we can solve at least one by one. Okay, so why it's so difficult to detect odors or smell? It is very thin, and it is super complicated and always fluctuating. So we need to have high sensitivity and selectivity and reproducibility with quick response. So I would like to show some actual examples. So this is components of standard air around here. So mostly it's composed of oxygen and nitrogen. But in a very small portion, we have carbon dioxide, whatever. And if you go down to this PPT level, these are the representative stinky odors. And it is lying around PPT level. So it's quite thin. And PPT means parts per trillion. And it is one eye drop in 20 of Olympic pools. So it's kind of almost nothing. But our nose can clearly recognize such tiny amount of molecules. And also for various insects or organisms. But our sensor is quite challenging. And for the complexity, odorous molecules are known to be more than 400,000 different types of molecules. And difficult part is that the coffee or our breath contains lots of different molecules, like a few hundreds or even few thousands of different kinds of molecules. So if you simply calculate how many potential combinations are expected, then it can be like 10 to 4,000. It's a crazy number. And I wrote down this number. So it looks like this. It's still difficult to imagine. So this is a reference number. This is total number of all the atoms in the entire universe. It is still 10 to 80. So compared to this number, you can imagine it's a huge number. So huge difficulties around us. Okay, so anyway, we need sensitivity, selectivity, and reproducibility, and quick response. So how our nose doing this incredible detection? So this is a cross-section of our nose, and we have nose coming through here or from our throat. This is called retronasal, and it's only function for human beings. Other organisms do not have this retronasal. So only human beings can enjoy delicious food. Anyway, and the molecules are absorbing onto this olfactory cells, and that stimuli transduce onto this olfactory valve. It's a part of brain, and brain recognizes this excited stimuli as a kind of pattern like this. So based on this fact, we can imagine that if we make some sensor array like this, to have some pattern recognition, it might be possible to realize this kind of artificial olfaction. So this is a basic strategy for development of the artificial olfaction. But the difficulty is the number of receptor genes. So we have about 400 different types of olfactory cells in our nose. Compared to sight, we have only 4. It's RGB, so a red, green, blue sensing cells in our eyes with some intensity. So it's only 4. So it's quite not so difficult to make a unit of sensor, and we can just make an array of that. But for smells, we have to make something like this 400 different types of receptors. It's already quite difficult. And another problem for this kind of odorous molecule is that we do not still know why each molecule has a specific sense of smell. So these are the example of odorous molecules. I told that the coffee contains lots of different types of molecules, but these are the representative molecules that have specific odorous sensation with this one type of molecule. And representative one is this limonin. So, you know, these molecules, for some reason, this molecule smells like lemon, but we don't know why it smells like lemon. And moreover, this limonin has optical isomer, and if you smell optical isomer, it smells like orange. So our nose are sensing even optical isomers, and it's quite complicated. So anyway, if we compare the olfaction and olfactory sensors, there is still huge difference between olfaction and olfactory sensors. And there are big difference, but so far nobody knows why our nose can recognize PPT level of molecules and clearly recognize even isomers. And there might be some trick in quantitative trick or some unknown trick. Anyway, we need to develop a lot. Okay, and based on this fact, there are lots of trials, but still situation is not so good. So here is a representative example. This is humanoid released in 2001 called Pino. You know that Pinocchio, it's, you know, sticking out nose. But if we look at the cross section, there is nothing behind. So yeah, then 15 years later, fancy humanoid released called Pepper. But you know, as you can see here, it's kind of getting worse. So no feature on the surface, and there's nothing, of course, behind. And also another example called Labot, and still no sensors. So anyway, there's no olfactory sensors even in the most advanced robots. So olfactory sensor requires scientific, informatic, and biological approaches, integrate all of these technologies. And so this is a history of gas sensors and olfactory sensing devices, and it starts from 1980s. And actually, after even after 40 years of research and development, there is still challenging to implement in daily life. Even though there are lots of variations, papers, products, but so far no device in our daily life. Okay, so based on this situation, we try to make some breakthrough for making practical olfactory sensors. Okay, so then starting with this sensor and functional materials. And first question is that can we make a good sensing element for olfactory sensors? So we started with scratch together with Dr. Roller. He got Nobel Prize for invention of scanning tunneling microscope, STM. And also Teru and Peter. Yeah, I was quite lucky to collaborate with these great scientists. And we integrated all these related aspects into one platform. And we literally started from the scratch, writings on the paper with pencils and discussing all the day. Then eventually we found some good structure for the sensing applications. So here is the summary of the development of the sensor called MSS. I'm not going into detail that I need more than maybe 2 hours to explain all the details. But at the beginning, this type of so-called cantilever structure was the standard structure for this type of sensing applications. So one side clamped beam like this. And actually, I was new to sensor at that time. Then I felt some strange feeling that why this is standard in this field. So I eventually tried to move on to more efficient structures. And actually, this cantilever structure cannot get signal like this. So it's almost zero for sensing applications. So we started to implement another, integrate another structure like this to get absorption-induced force, and then move to this so-called double clamped beam structure. So both sides clamped, so it's no longer cantilever, but it still gives better sensitivity than cantilever. Then finally, we integrate the electronic circuit structure like Wheatstone bridge and crystallographic symmetric aspects. Then finally, we confirm that this structure can be one of the optimized structures. We call it membrane type surface stress sensor, in short MSS. And it has a very good feature like more than 100 times higher sensitivity compared to classical cantilever type structure, and can be very much small size with MEMS technology. And it can be versatile, as we can put whatever materials onto this sensor as a receptor capturing materials. Okay, here is a working principle of MSS. We have a thin silicon membrane coated with receptor layers, and it can be polymers, nanoparticles, whatever. And when it absorbs gas molecules, it expands a bit mechanically. Then with this piezo resistor, which changes its electronic resistance induced by the stress, then we can detect electronically the absorption of gases. Okay, here is the actual motion recorded by a special microscope called digital holographic microscope. In this case, we put different polymers, and when I blow my breath onto this sensor, it reacts and deforms and moves like this. Its actual motion is few nanometers to few micrometers, but it's exaggerated in vertical axis. So it literally moves like this. Okay, so compared to a cantilever structure, we achieved more than 100 times higher sensitivity. And yeah, after the long, difficult times for the optimization of cantilever sensors, we made a breakthrough for having more than 100 times higher sensitivity. And this MSS was commercialized. And so actually, any of you can buy this sensor. And you can buy without receptor layer from our colleagues, Teru's company here, or our startup company with receptor layer. Okay, so based on this MSS platform, we have been trying to integrate all these related technologies, starting from basics and elements, applications, demonstrations, startup, and proof of concept experiments in the actual site. Okay, so I will briefly explain these aspects. So begin with the basic. Kosuke made a big contribution to make analytical model of our sensors. And together with Gaku, we made a comprehensive analytical model for dynamic response of our sensor. So we can now reproduce and predict our sensors' behaviors. And for the materials, we need to develop various receptor materials to have sensitivity and selectivity. So those performance all depends on these receptor materials. And we so far developed various materials, including functional nanoparticles, 2D materials, or DNA or metal layers, whatever. So if you have good material, please let us know. We can try your material as a sensing material. And so far, examples of receptor materials are summarized in this open access review paper. So please have a look at these examples. And I'd like to show some examples. So this is the example of nanoparticles developed by Kota. And we try to measure the vapor of oils. And if we use common polymers like PVP, it is quite difficult to differentiate these oil, fuel oils. But if we use properly designed nanoparticles with a functional group on the surface, we can clearly recognize these fuel oils without touching and with rather cheaper devices. So I hope it can be a kind of application for recognition of various fuel oils, especially because there is illegal fuel oils mixed with cheaper kerosene, and it is very harmful for engine. So we can detect such illegal oils, for example. Okay, then another application example is selective detection using the same material. So in this case, we designed gold nano cage. And even if we use same gold, it's robust materials. But if we have different structures of these materials, that electronic state on the surface is quite different. So we can still have chemical selectivity with this robust material. And another interesting approach is porphyrin-based materials. So in this case, we designed, so my colleague designed this porphyrin-based materials, and it's good that we can drop this solution of these materials, and after drying, it leaves the crystalline layer. And there is a adsorption site for waters. And water quickly occupies that adsorption site, and no longer water can adsorb. So you can see here, water adsorbs very quickly and saturates, and no longer gives the stress. But for other gases, these other gases adsorb onto different adsorption sites. So we are not bothered with fluctuation of humidities, but we can stably measure various vapors. And another example is metal organic framework, so called MOF. And Hamish made lots of different MOFs, nanoparticles, and confirmed that these MOF can be good receptors for detecting various organic VOC, volatile organic compounds, in humid conditions. And final example is DNA layer. And Tomohiro and Kosuke use this DNA as a receptor layer. And as you may know, DNA is quite hydrophilic. And especially for that phosphate backbone is very, very hydrophilic. It may be the reason for using almost all the creatures' DNA as messenger molecules that is very stable in water environment. Anyway, that water, it's quite hydrophilic and almost no absorption of other molecules. So it can be a super sensitive water detector. And as you can see here, we can detect even slight contamination of water in some organic solvent. And water contamination in organic solvents is a huge problem in organic synthesis. And maybe people usually use so-called Carl-Fisher titration. But with this sensor, we can simply measure its vapor, and we can detect the tiny amount of water contamination in a few seconds. And it can be a replacement for Carl-Fisher technique. And we also demonstrated with a Bluetooth module and measured with our smartphones. And actually, this adsorption of water molecules onto DNA molecules is quite mechanical motion. So it makes some repulsion between two backbones, and it gives very huge signals. So compared to a QCM, quartz crystal microbalance, it's a typical chemical sensor platform. It measures weight of adsorbed molecules. But the amount of adsorbed molecules is not so much. But that small amount of molecules induce big mechanical deformation. So we can measure huge with a very good sensitivity. Okay. Then, these are examples of sensing platform and receptors on it. Then we can get lots of sensing signals. And it's a very, very, multidimensional signals from the sensing array. So it's good to have integration with AIs. Okay, here I like to show some few examples of integration with AI. One example here is a quantitative prediction of alcohol content through smells of liquors, conducted by Kota and Bill. So here, the problem is that whether we can quantitatively detect some specific components in the mixed gas, and it is recognized as a kind of impossible task. If we measure the binary mixture, it's kind of possible, but in the ternary mixture, it's getting almost impossible. This was kind of a common recognition, but we try to demonstrate that quantitative prediction in alcohol beverage as an example. And we use MSS and put nanoparticles on it and measure various alcohol beverage and make some machine learning modeling and feedback to the selection of receptor materials. And we started with various materials, mostly silica, titanium nanoparticles with functional groups, various functional groups. And first we measured different types of organic solvents, and we clearly recognize each of them. Then we measured these liquor samples for 35 different samples like this. And this is a typical measurement results. We inject liquor vapor samples and purge with air, and again inject. So repeated 5 times. And actually, these are the example of liquors with 40% of alcohol contents. So as you can see here, if we focus only onto the intensity of this sensing signal, it's impossible to recognize as these samples as the same alcohol contents. So we need to get more information from this sensing signal. So we decided to define some features from in this sensing signal. We extracted the slope of absorption curve, desorption curve, and in the middle, and intensity. So we get these 4-dimensional parameters from 4 channels of sensors. So in total, 16-dimensional data. And first, we check which receptor is effective for this kind of evaluation. So sorry for the tiny numbers, but this is real alcohol contents, and the vertical is predicted alcohol contents. So if we can plot onto this 45° C line, it means it is correct answer of the prediction. So as you can see, these two are rather scattered, so it makes lots of mistakes. But for these two, making rather converged onto these lines. And if we look at the property of these materials, left two materials are hydrophilic materials, and right are hydrophobic materials. So then we simply replaced these hydrophilic materials with hydrophobic, in this case, polymers, and did the same measurements and analysis. Then finally, we got this clear prediction of alcohol contents in the very much mixture of flavors. So like this, it's important to optimize some hardware components, like in this case, receptor materials, to get optimized results. And together with another university and companies, we made some prediction in real products. So in this case, European pears, to predict its ripening stage. And it's rather scattered, but we can still predict its ripening stage with the smells. Okay, and another example is quasi-primary odors. As I explained, we have 400 of different types of receptor cells. So it's quite difficult to define general primary odors. So in this case, we define quasi-primary odors. It is in given sample set, we define some representative smells and represent other smells with that quasi-primary odors. Okay, then in this case, we measured again multiple signals and extract 4 features from each sensors. And in this case, we used 12 sensors. So in total, 48-dimensional space we get. Then in this 48-dimensional space, we randomly define one axis and project the samples onto that axis and see which samples comes at the end and put 1 point each on the samples on the edge. And we repeated such random definition of axis and projection and endpoints for 10,000 times. Then we got endpoint score rankings. So we measured these signals, and this is the endpoint score rankings. So in this case, the samples we chose are the spices, or and this fish sauce and cooking sake and pure water got top 3 endpoint scores. So using this, so it means these 3 samples come to the very edge of this 48-dimensional space. So we can use these 3 samples to describe other samples in between these 3. So we put this RGB onto these 3 samples, and we can define the samples like this. So in this case, we can convert smell signal into a kind of visible signals. And actually, we found that soy sauce can be reproduced by mixing fish sauce and cooking sake and with a ratio of 1:1. And actually, we tried, and it really smells like this, like soy sauce. And we confirmed that that mixture, 1:1 mixture, really gives a similar signal with soy sauce. So, Then the final example is a free hand measurement. Okay. Okay. Then the problem of this type of sensor also based on the flow, gas injection flow. So for example, gas injection is usually made like this, injection, purge like this. So if we measure sample A, for example, it gives this kind of signal. And for sample B like this. But for some reason, at real site, if the sample injection is made like this shape, then it gives something like this signal. So we can no longer use this reference signal. And it is difficult to recognize this as a sample A. So this is the actual problem in the sensing system. It becomes the large system and difficult to standardize. So we try to tackle this problem. And together with Professor Washio in Osaka University, he's kind of authority in the machine learning in Japan, and with Gaku, we made we changed our mind to get the features, sensing features, not from the output signals, but we decided to get the sensing signal feature from the transfer function. Input signal, output signal, in between, we can define transfer function. So we can get some information from this part. I'm not going to detail, but using this trick, we can predict various samples. For example, we measure ethanol, toluene, hexane, water, and flow randomly like this, and get some kind of looks like random signal. But transfer function can be calculated even with this random sensing signals, and we can recognize accurately these gases. And these features makes the sensor device very much simple. We don't need no longer pumps, valves, so we can measure smells with this simple Bluetooth device. So we developed smartphone apps, and when we measure the lemon flavor with these sensors, and the sensing signals transmitted here and to the cloud server where the machine learning runs, and we can get correct prediction here. Okay, so this is kind of an ultimate olfactory sensor. No pumps, valves required, and it is technically ready for integration into smartphones. Okay, so then now we developed various techniques and then try to move on to real industry. And so far we organized MSS Alliance, Forum, and Partnership. And these activities became the world's largest consortium for olfactory sensors, and we distributed devices for more than 50 companies, universities all over the world. And the devices we developed is this kind of structure. So at the beginning, we needed the huge system, but nowadays we can conduct most measurements with this handheld device operated by USB. So it's now available, so if you want to use this one, please contact me. Okay, then try to facilitate this industrialization. We made a startup together with Gaku and Hideki and Kazuaki. Yeah, and we are now trying to promote this industrialization in step by step. Still, it's difficult, but yeah, just step by step. Okay, then now I would like to show some real on-site demonstrations, especially for the measurements of biogases in agriculture and medicine field. So this is collaboration with NARO. So it's a national agricultural research organization. So we started with a large-scale trials with 70 milking cows, and we got this kind of results. So, we expected to have, horizontal axis is a biomarker in blood, and the vertical corresponds to some odal components. But there is huge individual variations. So we expected some relation like this straight lines, but it scattered a lot. And actually, this kind of trend is not only the case for this volatile components, but it can be also observed in blood milk correlation like this. So there is a huge individual variation. So we decided to monitor the individual cows in time series so that we can cancel out the individual variation. So, for example, we made a blood test and some cow becomes sick and recovered like this. Then at the same time, we measured the smell of milk by our sensor. And we can get a similar trend like this. So we can focus on individual cows and can monitor its health condition. So we try to make some on-site demonstration at real farm. And we developed automated milking measurement analysis system connected with a milking robot, huge robot like this. And we got this clear results that we, at the blood test and milk chemical test, we can get a similar trend with our sensor without any touching components. And we confirmed with various cows. And we confirmed this approach can be implemented into real farm. So now we are trying to implement this technology in real production. Okay, and another example is a medical application. So at the beginning, more than 10 years ago, we made pilot trials together with the group where I belong to. And we confirmed that some cancer patient, breast from cancer patients and healthy persons can be discriminated like this. But at this time, the number of patients were quite limited. So we tried to find the more statistical results. And together with medical doctors, Professor Kojima and Professor Sato from University of Tsukuba and some largest hospital in our prefecture. Then at the beginning, we optimized how we can collect our breast samples. And it took actually more than 3 years to optimize how to collect and measure reproducibly the breast samples. And finally, we developed a reproducible approach. And we asked cancer patients before surgery and after surgery to provide their breast samples. It is kind of time series measurements to cancel out the individual variations. And build a prediction model, machine learning model for cancer detection. And we made a prediction model for all possible combinations using different 12 sensor channels. And we evaluated its prediction accuracy for more than 4,000 different combinations. And we found that at a certain combination, we can reach more than 80% of detection accuracy for cancer, lung cancer detection. So we confirmed its possibility, but still we don't know the actual biomarkers of this breast analysis. So we are now focusing onto this identification of biomarkers to develop real sensing system in real medical diagnostics. Okay, so I explained some comprehensive optimization of our sensors, but we don't not stick to only to MSS, and there are another approaches in our group. And so she got PhD recently, and she modulates flow rate, and she got much higher sensitivity. So we can engineer some fluidics for better performance. And also, Kota is now trying to develop some gas phase microfluidics. You know, microfluidics is usually for liquid phase, but he confirmed that gas phase microfluidics can be another breakthrough for separation, detection, physically, this gas species. And also, Tanju is from Australia, and he will join our group from next April as a permanent research staff. He is now focusing on the acoustic gas measurements. So using the simple headset, speaker and microphone, we can measure gas species down to ppm level. So it can be a very simple system. Okay, then I'd like to thank all the group members, collaborators, and funding agencies. And we are all working hard for a better future. And you know, our ultimate goal is always world peace. We want to contribute to some problems, issues with some technologies, integrations. So again, if you are interested in, and if you are interested in to develop or expand your specialties, we are always open to welcome passionate students. And at the end, I would like to show one important message from Dr. Loader to younger colleagues, that this is just before he passed away. And he sent me a very long email, and I extracted some important parts. So I just want to make you and them aware that what finally counts, even in this rife publication crazy time, is that you guys have to aim at an important or even unique contribution to science, and not to a long publication list. So, of course, publication papers are quite important for us researchers to survive, get funding, whatever. It's important, but it should be the result of that activities, should not be a purpose of that activities. Of course, yeah, it's an ideal case. We need to publish for the sake of publication sometimes to get PhD, for example. But you know, your high time for the researchers, as the researchers, is quite limited. And if you focus on some trivial stuff, your research lifetime will very much soon expire. So please focus on your very much important topics and try to make a real contribution. Not to make not just for publication, but try to make some contribution. And I think for that, this Azeotropy is a wonderful opportunity to get some insights from some leaders. And I'm very much impressed this event. So I made a music for this event. So let me play. Hopefully you like it.
Uniting talents, dreams realized, students, scholars, industry's voice, together rising, making a choice. Azeotropy, Azeotropy, shape tomorrow. Azeotropy, Azeotropy, in unity, igniting hearts.
Okay, so that's it. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
So thank you so much for very amazing session, Professor Genki, and very thank you for this amazing song. Now we want to give a memento from our team.
Yeah, thank you.
That song was cool.
Yeah.
And
Thank you.
Same is the session.
Yeah.
So now we are sharing the QR for attendance. Please fill the Google form, and then we have the next in the schedule our final event, which is the panel on the entrepreneurship.
Guys, be seated. We have a last panel discussion on entrepreneurship, and that's going to be an exciting one. So please be seated and please make some, like, maintain some silence, please.
Please don't leave, guys. There is a next panel session scheduled. Just wait for the last session. Please don't leave. Guys, this is just the last session. Please don't leave. It will ruin the experience of the entire symposium. It's going too good, and all session are too good. Please remain seated for the last session, please. Please, guys, आवाज मत करो. Please remain seated. Now we will introduce our next panel.
Good evening, everyone. We are starting. Please settle down. Good evening, everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to welcome you all to this exciting panel discussion on entrepreneurship in chemical engineering. As the industry evolves, we see increasing number of chemical engineers stepping beyond traditional roles and venturing into startups, innovation, and business leadership. Today, we bring together a distinguished panel. Let me introduce our esteemed panelists. Mr. Vishal Surati, founder of ChemiFarm, an innovator in chemical manufacturing space. Ms. Priyanshi Vadalia, founder of Catalyst BV, a visionary entrepreneur driving advancements in chemical processes. Mr. Harsh Bhatt, founder of ESG Resin, a leader in sustainable materials and resin technology. So guiding our today's discussion is our esteemed moderator, Prof. Rahul Nabar, a renowned expert in process engineering and industrial innovation. With his insights and expertise, we can look forward to a thought-provoking and engaging discussion. With such an inspiring lineup, we are set up for an insightful conversation on challenges, opportunities, and future of entrepreneurship in chemical engineering. Without further ado, let's begin. Now handing over to the session to Prof. Nabar.
Hello.
Can you hear me? Okay, good. So thanks for the introduction, and I think we're very happy to have a great set of panelists here. And I know this is the end of the day, and I'm happy to see a full audience, and we'll try to keep this interesting. So I think we have about an hour, and the topic is something that is probably of interest to a lot of you in terms of entrepreneurship. And what we'll do is, of course, we'll start with an introduction. I have a list of questions, and I interact with many of the students. How many of you are from colleges outside Iit Bombay? Oh, great. So we have a lot of students, and so I'll try to sort of preface the questions I get from my students, and we'll start the panel discussion with that. And of course, I'll open it up to audience questions. I think that's the most interesting part. And what I'll try to do is, change the format a bit, not just have us talk and then questions, but I'll open it up to questions rather early, hopefully. And, sometimes once the questions slow down, I'll ask some of my own questions, and we'll continue like that. So we have a great mix of panelists and with various backgrounds. Some of them have a manufacturing startup. Some of them are more advanced stage in terms of what the startup is doing. There's someone on the environmental side. Some of them have an advanced degree. Some of them don't, right? So we've tried to keep a diversity of panelists. And rather than me introducing them, I think, it's best to let the panelists do that. So maybe, Vishal, can we start with you? A few sentences about you and what your company does. Yeah, I'll pin it. Perfect. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, myself Vishal Surti, and I belong to the Bharuch from Gujarat. And Gujarati કેટલા છો? Hello. મજામાં ને? Nice to see you all. Basically, I'm a founder of Kriyak Envirotech and the partner of Chemipharm Enterprise. And I'm also a Schedule 2 auditor recognized by Gujarat Pollution Control Board. So basically, हम जो है ना वो इंडस्ट्रीज का जो वेस्ट वाटर निकलता है, वेस्ट वाटर, डोमेस्टिक वाटर, दैट यू कैन डिस्चार्ज डायरेक्टली, सो यू हैव टू ट्रीट कंपलसरी. तो उसको ट्रीटमेंट करने के लिए जो प्लांट बनाते हैं ना, दैट वी आर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, उसका डिज़ाइनिंग करते हैं, उसका कंसल्टेशन करते हैं, उसका इंस्टॉलेशन करते हैं, उसका कमीशनिंग करते हैं, और साथ साथ में उसके जो भी स्पेयर्स और केमिकल्स हैं दैट वी आर सप्लाई. अगर किसी के पास एग्जिस्टिंग एटीपी और एसटीपीज है तो उसको चलाने के लिए उसके ऑपरेशनल जो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट है वो भी हम लेते हैं. या थैंक यू वंस अगेन, विशाल सुरती.
Thanks, Vishal, and maybe we'll go over to Priyanshi. Yeah.
Hello everyone. I'm very happy that until this late in the evening also everyone is very actively engaging and everyone's here present for the panel, so thank you. My name is Priyanshi Badalia. I did my bachelor's in chemical engineering from BITS Pilani Goa campus, and further I went on to do, there are some BITS Pilani. Nice. Further, I went on to do my master's in TU Delft, which is in the Netherlands, and I also happen to be from third generation catalyst manufacturing background. So my grandfather first started the manufacturing business, And currently, we are now servicing the pharmaceutical and specialty chemicals industry for the catalyst needs. You require about 80 to 90% of chemical processes, manufacturing, require catalysts. And what we see sadly is most of the catalysts are being imported still, even after many years. So what we are trying to do is grow in-house not just the manufacturing, but like development activities, R&D activities. So that connects, that's why I did my specialization in catalysis field during my master's. And it also took me to a path down to the field of metal organic frameworks. Many of you might know MOF materials. We have been, so my startup, which is based in the Netherlands, Catalyst BV, that means private limited in Dutch. So what we are trying to do is develop these MOF adsorbents, which can be used for CO2 capture and also many other applications. So currently I am working on development activities in that startup while also getting into the management R&D side of my family business. So just balancing those two boats. Thank you.
Thanks, Priyanshi. Yeah, over to you, Harsh.
Thank you so much, Professor, and great to be here. So firstly, I must say that probably 16 years back when Azeotropy started, 2007 is it? Am I right? Organizers? Okay, sorry? 2007. So I was a student and I attended Azeotropy as a student. And was very happy that Azeotropy also got inspired from what we started in Thermal in 2006.
So we have to see, are there guys from Thermal here? Okay. We have some Thermal guys.
So the saga for this congregation of chemical engineering students in Mumbai, I think, started from 2006. So very happy that it continues with so much enthusiasm. So very similar backgrounds, I think, from where you are, all of you are at this stage, and what I am today. Maybe a lot of you would be in a similar position 15 years down the line. So chemical engineer from Thermal, and started working in the corporate world with companies like BASF, Atul, Omya, and now looking at ESG Resin as a startup where we're trying to bring in sustainability in chemical processes, chemical products, and drive circular economy. That's the idea. So we look at waste valorization techniques and incorporate that into specialty chemicals. And yeah, so looking forward for a good discussion. Yeah.
Thanks, Harsh. And maybe I'll start the first question with you. So I'll pass questions around, but if any of the other panelists want to add something, please feel free. So you started out in the corporate world, right? You worked at BASF. What was the trigger? At what point did you decide that I want to leave and start my own venture or be an entrepreneur? What was the thought process? How did you decide that?
Yeah, interesting question, and don't have a very concrete answer to that in terms of this is what I thought about, but it was rather organic. Being in the corporate world for such a long time in various roles, responsibilities, leadership roles as well, you are already sort of an entrepreneur. They call themselves entrepreneurs from these large organizations. So you get to see a lot of things, and at some point of time you say that, hey, let's tackle a problem. And because for want of a better reason, most of the people are not solving it the right way, and you want to sort of take things on your own hands and say, let's get into the mud and see how we can solve a particular type of a problem. And so it was rather organic. There is no dogma as such that you need to be an entrepreneur right from college or from 10-15 years of experience. I think it's all about your confidence and your capability, whether you can identify a problem and solve it to the best of your abilities. Yeah.
Great. And was the work that you were doing at BASF, was it sort of related? Like, did you work in resins at BASF? Or how did you pick that you wanted to work in? It's quite a specialized area, right? Green resins. How did that come about?
Yeah, so fortunately I worked in a very, very specialized area in BASF, which was polyurethanes. I didn't know anything about that. Being a chemical engineer, throughout our curriculum, there was nothing called as polyurethanes in our books. And And when I joined BSF and they said that you are now a polyurethane engineer, I said, okay. I don't know anything about polyurethanes, and then the journey started. So you start from scratch. You have to learn something new. You have to be ready to dive into it. So we learned it the hard way, which is by doing. So countless hours in the lab, at customers, at production factories, learn it the hard way, and then you come to understand that there's a very strong aspect of chemical engineering and chemistry that somehow relates everything together, and then it starts to piece itself together. So great experience there at BSF, I must say. And then eventually, as you spend a lot of time in the industry, then you start seeing, okay, where is what's a good problem to solve? Where is the maximum impact that is possible? And that's how I came to the resins space.
Thanks, Harsh. So maybe moving to Priyanshi, for you it was quite a different path from what Harsh did, right? You sort of straight went from a university. Of course, you did a master's. So what was your thinking? Like when you were in your undergrad at BITS, did you already have something in mind that I want to do my startup? Or can you just share your journey?
So since I come from a family business background, it's always like you have to join the family business, and the rite of passage is that you work for a couple of years in some other related industry and then you join back. So that was the idea. I did my master's, and I was Queen K. I want to work, I want to study more in the specialization aspect. And after that, the plan was to return back to India after a couple of years, but then I graduated in 2020. So while the repatriation aspect was being looked into, I was also looking at job applications, but then the job market was much more dire during that time. You could not get any applications or anything. So that sort of led me towards the problem statement that I was working on during my master's time. And the more critical part was getting the funding to further get that started. So there was this program that the regional government of Netherlands had, and the idea was that they support already existing startups. But then with the uncertainties of the COVID pandemic, they decided to give me a chance as well. Like, are you willing to do your startup? I was like, yes, for sure. So they were like, okay, here's some time, because they could not figure out during the pandemic in 2020, what is the deadline, like when the lockdown's gonna end or so. So they were like, you have this much time, register a startup, get working, get started on developing the technology. And that's how I got the first initial drive towards getting started in that field. Otherwise, the plan was to return back to India and join the business. Yeah.
Oh, thanks. And since you mentioned the family business, how is it working? So I know Priyanshi's father as well. How is it working in a family business? A lot of students I know want to stay here, and I mean it's hard enough for some of us, but then the whole day working in a family business. How has that been?
Family vacations are never the same anymore. But also what helps in my case is when you're in a corporate world or something, you look for a mentor who will help you drive your career growth. You will help you expand further in your technological advancements or any way. So being in a family business is sort of that you have that safety net that your mentors, like the relatives or your parents in that matter, they have your best interests in mind and you get good guidance. Of course, there are challenges in dealing with parents. I do not have a work-life balance. Any moment there could be an R&D meeting in the house. Of course, those are pros and cons to it. But overall, the learning that you get at such early stage by joining a family business, that is immense, I would say.
Great, thanks. Maybe moving on to Vishal. I mean, it's hard to ask somebody in Gujarat why you became an entrepreneur, right? I mean, there's something entrepreneurial, I think, in the water you drink in Bharuch or something. But again, you worked in a environmental consulting thing, right? What point did you think that you wanted to take the jump and become an entrepreneur?
बेसिकली जब कॉलेज टाइम था ना, तो कॉलेज टाइम से क्या होता था, अभी सारे स्टूडेंट्स हैं तो उनको मालूम होगा कि वहाँ पे उस टाइम पे क्या है ना, कि उस टाइम पे भी अपने डिस्कस करते थे, बोला कुछ ना कुछ करना है, ये करना है, मतलब पहले अपने पास कुछ भी नहीं होगा बट सपना अपने पास होता है. तो उस टाइम से मतलब हमारा थोड़ा डिस्कशन चलता रहता कि नहीं कुछ करना है. फिर उसके बाद में मैंने जो स्टार्ट किया ना, वो कंसल्टेंसी में ही जॉब स्टार्ट किया. तो कंसल्टेंसी में मैंने जॉब स्टार्ट किया और वहाँ पे मेरे को इतना अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस मिला एंड आई हैड इंस्टॉल अराउंड 70+ प्लांट इन दैट कंपनी. और बाय डिफ़ॉल्ट एक सिक्योर जोन में उस टाइम पे तो मैं चला गया था. जब मेरा 2 या 3 इयर्स मेरा वहाँ पे एक्सपीरियंस कंप्लीट हुआ तो मैं सिक्योर जोन में तो चला गया था. बट एक इंसिडेंट मेरे साथ हुआ कि मुझे एक O&M पे वहाँ पे भेजा गया था और ऑपरेशनल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट वहाँ पे कंपनी में चल रहा था. वहाँ पे सडनली GPCB की विजिट आई और पॉल्यूशन कंट्रोल बोर्ड की विजिट आई और उन्होंने मतलब जो भी चीज़ें सीरियसली थी. अब मैंने उस टाइम पे फेस ही नहीं किया था, मतलब विजिट क्या होता है, कैसे होगा, मतलब मेरे को क्या आंसर देना है, कुछ भी मालूम नहीं था. तो उस टाइम पे नो बडी सीनियर्स आर देयर, मतलब मेरे साथ कोई भी उस टाइम पे अवेलेबल नहीं था और वी हैव टू फेस, मतलब मेरे को उस टाइम पे अकेले फेस करना था. तो मैं इतना फेस नहीं कर पाया. तो उन्होंने मुझे फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन ये पूछा कि यू आर फ्रॉम वेयर. तो मतलब कहाँ से स्टडी किया. तो बोला फ्रॉम LD इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज. तो बोला इतना मालूम नहीं है. सो मतलब उस टाइम पे तो थोड़ा मतलब पर्सनली ले लिया कि ये मतलब इतना सारा जर्नी करने के बाद मतलब मेरे को ये क्वेश्चंस भी नहीं आया. तो फिर उस टाइम से मेरा एक टर्निंग पॉइंट स्टार्ट हुआ. फिर मैंने ठान लिया बस कुछ तो करना है अब. और उसके बाद मैंने डिटेलिंग मतलब उतना इन्वॉल्व किया वो कंसल्टेंसी में, मतलब जो भी प्रोजेक्ट्स चल रहे हैं उसमें इन्वॉल्वमेंट दिया. फिर मेरा वहाँ पे पोजीशंस भी अपग्रेड हुआ और बहुत सारे मतलब बोले ना एक्सपीरियंस लेते 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 एक 70+ प्लांट इंस्टॉल कर दिया. तो फिर उसके बाद मैं बस सोचा कि नहीं अभी निकलना है. बट वहाँ पे भी मेरे टर्म्स बहुत अच्छे थे. तो वहाँ से निकलना वो भी तो एक टफ टास्क है, बिकॉज रिलेशन भी तो मेंटेन करना है. तो बाय डिफ़ॉल्ट अगर ये चीज़ सोचते हो ना तो क्या हुआ ना, उस टाइम पे कंपनी को रिलोकेट करना था और दैट इज़ नॉट सूटेबल फॉर मी. सो मेरे लिए वहाँ से निकलना थोड़ा आसान हुआ और फिर मैंने बोला कि भाई मैं ये जॉब लीव कर रहा हूँ. और फिर उसके बाद में मैंने स्टार्ट किया. अब देखो जर्नी वहाँ से ख़त्म नहीं हुई. जैसे ही मैंने पैर रखा और एंटरप्रेन्योर सोचा कि भाई नहीं कुछ करना है, नया स्टार्ट करना चाहिए, कोविड आ गया. अब कोविड आ गया टोटली. वैसे फाइनेंशियल बैकग्राउंड इतना भी पीछे नहीं था कि चलो ठीक है कोई नहीं सर्वाइव कर देंगे. तो फिर भी ऐसा सोच लिया था कि नहीं कुछ करना है. अभी ठान ही लिया है कि नहीं बिजनेस स्टार्ट करना है तो करेंगे. जितना भी कैलकुलेशन सारा लगाया था वो कैलकुलेशंस तो 1-1.5 साल तक मतलब वो यूटिलाइज हो गया. और फिर उसके बाद में भी एक हौसला तो बुलंद बोलते हैं ना, तो रहा था कि नहीं स्टार्ट तो करना है. तब जाके कोविड के कारण ये मैं डिस्टर्ब हुआ और कोविड ने ही मेरे को बचाया. अब वो कैसा है, तो कोविड पैंडेमिक के टाइम पे जो है ना वो सारी इंडस्ट्रीज बंद हुई थी. मतलब काफ़ी सारी इंडस्ट्रीज में वो 6-7 महीने का होल्ड हो गया था. तो वापस उसको रिस्टार्ट करने के लिए, प्लांट को रिकमिशनिंग करने के लिए वहाँ से मैंने सीधा पिंच किया और वहाँ से मैंने मेरा करियर स्टार्ट किया. और फिर मैंने कंसल्टेंसी करते हुए बोला कि भाई आपका प्लांट बंद है तो आई विल डू द हेल्प एंड ऐसे करके फिर मैंने स्टार्ट किया और फिर वहाँ से वापस जर्नी लेके.
Great.
Thank you.
Great to know these stories. So moving on, so maybe going a little more into the details, Priyanshi, a lot of your startup works on the carbon capture area. So everybody hears a lot about carbon capture, but how close are we? How realistic is it? Or like in terms of commercial viability, can you just comment on carbon capture as an area? Like where are the challenges and how do you guys attempt to overcome them?
So on a broader picture, what I've realized is technically there are multiple technologies that are available for the application side for CO2 capture. What needs to be figured out is which is a good product market fit many times, and also of course with the carbon capture market, regulations are a big thing. For example, if let me ask you guys the questions. If you're supplying a CO2 capture technology to an industry, which is the end user? For example, if it's a iron and steel industry, which is being, so the CO2 capture part is going to be operated by a gas supply company like an Air Liquide or Linde. Who do you think is the customer in this field? Is it the iron and gas steel? How many of you guys think? Just raise your hand. Or is it the gas supplier company?
I think the answer is everybody is afraid to raise hands.
Okay.
So you can, yeah.
Okay, so that's the sort of real world scenario that we are seeing with the CO2 capture. The business model, particularly of these larger hard to abate sectors, is not very clear as to which sector is the target audience for your product. And now if you cannot find that out, how do you pitch the particular technology to that sector? The challenges of both, if it's an iron and gas steel, if that is your customer, the challenges of that customer versus the gas supplier company are very different. So you need to, or rather all of the companies in this sector are trying to figure those business side of the things out, which is a more difficult thing as compared to the technical at the moment. Many of the solutions from the technical side are known. So what I am doing in this sector is we are selecting a smaller scale scenario of CO2 capture, which is away from these hard to abate sectors where you can have a business model with business to business. So where you capture the CO2 and that is providing value addition, some economic value addition to that company itself, which could be, for example, the biogas sector or the hydrogen generation sort of companies. So by focusing on these smaller areas where you know who the customer or who the problem statement owner is, you're trying to mitigate those certain areas of concern for them. That's the sort of approach that we are taking.
And quickly, so once you capture the CO2, are you also going into what do you do with the CO2 in your case, or do you have a plan, or would you sell it as merchant gas, or what's the plan on the CO2?
So from the family business side, we are involved in companies with other companies that are developing technologies for utilization of CO2, but that's certainly a little bit down the time line if you consider.
Okay.
What we are seeing is the application mainly is CO2 capture and sequestration, sadly, on the European side, which is where the startup is more active. And on the Indian side, you're seeing more of utilization, and that needs to be given a more further push from the regulation side, but also from both the sides, it seems that CO2 capture is confirmed. What to do, utilization or storage,
is the next
that's
part.
yeah,
Okay,
that's
thanks. Coming to Harsh, can we go a little more into the details of ESG resin? First, what are the typical end applications for a resin? And then when you say you make green resins, like how do you define green? Like how do you, what part of a resin is green, or how do you put that on a more rigorous footing?
Yeah. So by resins, we mean they're also called as binders. They mainly go into the paints and coatings industry. So you know the paints that are there either in residential or in industrial applications like metals, for example. All of these are types of coatings, and they need binders or resins. So that's a fundamentally important constituent of paints and coatings. So we manufacture these coatings. Traditionally, they are made using petrochemical based feedstocks. And we all know, of course, that it's a limited resource, and therefore there is a need to move towards more and more renewable resources. Now, renewable resources is fairly clear. It's generally bio-based sources, either coming from agriculture, or it comes from agriculture derivatives, for example, but largely related to plant-based sources. So that's one aspect of making something green, which is you switch the feedstock from petrochemical to basically agriculture-based or vegetable-based sources. The other aspect where green comes in is, along with that also, there is plenty of waste that is available today, either in the form of consumer waste or in the form of industrial waste as well. So in the chemical industry, there are many factories that make products and then they generate byproducts. And these byproducts are generally, many companies do utilize them to further make different products. Many of them, they simply let it go into either ETP plants, which is where our friend here is making lives better for the industry and for all of us as well. So largely these are the two ways waste is looked at. So we look at now, say that there is a particular type of waste that is suitable, where we can extract specialty chemicals out of it through various transformative routes, and then we incorporate that. So the whole idea for us is to really go to the spectrum of replacement of fossil-based resources to either bio-based resources or waste-based resources.
Got it. So a lot of your supply chain is B2B, I guess. So when
Yes.
you're selling down, is there a green premium, or do you have to compete with other guys who are selling fossil fuel-based resins? Like, how do you look at it? Do you have to have price parity, or are people willing to pay at the moment more for a sustainable product?
Yeah, so very important question, mostly an existential question for us as well. Is there a green premium? So the answer is very simple. If you are making products which is more for mass consumption, where economies of scale are there is no green premium in these kind of products. If you are making specialized products that go into more fashionable industries, where consumers are willing to pay more because they are more conscious and they have the spending power, that's where you see maximum benefit of green premium coming into the picture. So two different approaches. So to give you one example, there are these days on various companies looking at bio-based materials that you can make various artificial leather, for example, out of them, or you can make cosmetic packaging, for example, or you can make more bio-based products in, once again, slightly pharma, slightly cosmetic space, or fashion textile, high-end textile space. These are the areas where customers are willing to pay more money. And therefore, you see successful startups.
I guess a part of that is, in a lot of these sectors, the end consumer is willing to pay a premium.
That's right.
But does that get transferred across the supply chain? So what I mean is, suppose you make a resin which goes into certain products.
Correct.
Are the intermediate buyers or the end buyer, the end entity trying to capture all the premium, or are they willing to, or the end customer, is there a good signaling mechanism for him to know that, hey, I'm buying a paint where the resin was something which was greener? Or is that an opportunity for startups to come up with some kind of measurement metrics? Or how does the end customer buying a paint know that, look, this paint was made from Hirsch's resin and not a fossil fuel?
Correct. So very difficult. So like you have Intel inside in computers, and people know that Intel's a great company and we are buying an Intel processor, not an HP laptop. Very difficult in the chemical industry. Generally, whatever you make in the chemical industry gets lost, because ultimately the more downstream that you go, say an automotive car, that probably a 1-ton car has probably 600 to 700 kgs of chemicals. No footprint or fingerprint of any chemical company in this, right? It's only Maruti Suzuki, or it's only Hyundai, right? So we operate in the background. The chemical industry largely is like that. Very few companies are now trying, because then if they are more towards the end customer with a product and they are co-developing something, that's where they get some mileage. But largely the chemical industry remains sort of the invisible force driving the world.
So I mean, that's a great opportunity for you guys to come up with some kind of startup where somehow the end consumer knows that, hey, I'm buying a car where the manufacturer actually cares to buy renewables or polymers, right? But thanks, Harsh. But moving on to again Priyanshi. So when you started your startup, one question I often get from students is, hey, we have great ideas, but how do I get the money? Right? How do you get the money? Of course, you had the family business part, but you still did some fundraising in the Dutch markets, or what was your thought process?
So I haven't done fundraising. What I have relied mainly is on the Dutch government grants. So being in the research organization, research background in the Netherlands, we knew that, okay, for academic research or slightly somewhat academic turning more into the industrial side, there are subsidy options that are available, which could be accessed by universities and other individuals that are wanting to get into further that field. So that was my start. We haven't raised any money yet from individual investors or so. It's mainly the government grants which foster the innovation in the Dutch landscape.
Okay, sound good. Maybe I'll ask the same question to Vishal. When you started out, right, and you have been around for a while, could you tell them a bit more specific, right? What was your first investment? How long did it take you guys to be profitable? Like, did you have to take a cut from like having a comfortable salary versus starting your thing? What was the process for you?
सी बेसिकली जब मैंने स्टार्ट किया था ना तो जो भी कैलकुलेशन के हिसाब से मैं लेके फंड्स मेरे पास जो अवेलेबल था तो उतना मेरे को लग रहा था कंसल्टेंसी में पहले इससे स्टार्ट करेंगे, ठीक है। अब जब कोविड आ गया ना तो काफ़ी फंड उसमें से यूटिलाइज हो गया। अब क्या हुआ ना कि मेरे पास विदाउट फंडिंग मतलब मेरे को एक चीज़ करनी है, तो अभी मैंने मतलब हार तो नहीं माना, मतलब चलो करना है तो विदाउट फंडिंग कैसे कर सकते हैं, ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग है। तो ऐसे आइडियाज आते रहे और फिर जाके मैंने बताया ना कि मैंने रिकमिशनिंग वाला प्रोसेस स्टार्ट किया। तो रिकमिशनिंग वाला प्रोसेस में मेरे को ज़्यादा एक्सपेंसेस नहीं होते थे, बिकॉज क्या है आना जाना एंड अदर थिंग्स, और कुछ ऐसा नहीं था कि उसमें मेरे को पहले इन्वेस्टमेंट चाहिए। अच्छा, जैसे ही कंसल्टेंसी धीरे धीरे करके मेरा बढ़ा, अब क्या हुआ ना, एक बार कोई भी क्लाइंट ने मेरे साथ से कंसल्टेंट ले लिया, अब उसके बाद फिर मेरे को उसको टच में रखना है, तो फिर मैंने स्पैज देना स्टार्ट किया। अब स्पैज जो होता है वो एडवांस मनी पे काम होता है, तो वैसी चीज़ मैंने ढूंढी कि जिसमें पहले इन्वेस्ट कम से कम लगे और शॉर्ट टाइम से के लिए लगे। अब जाके फिर क्या हुआ ना कि जब स्पैर्स और सप्लाई मतलब केमिकल सप्लाई किया और उसके बाद में जब टंकी प्रोजेक्ट्स लेना स्टार्ट किया, अब जाके फंडिंग आता है। तो अब जो फंडिंग ये आता है ना, तो उसके लिए गवर्नमेंट सब्सिडीज, मतलब गवर्नमेंट्स के बहुत सारे ये है। और दूसरी चीज़, अगर गवर्नमेंट्स कौन सी स्कीम्स दे रहा है ना, वो भी अपने को नहीं मालूम पड़े ना, तो उसकी भी एजेंसी है, दे विल गाइड अस कि ऐसे ऐसे ये स्कीम्स है और उसमें अपन पार्टिसिपेट करके ये फंडिंग ले सकते हैं। दूसरी चीज़, उसमें से अच्छी चीज़ ये होती है उसमें से ग्रांट मिलने के भी चांसेस है, मतलब नॉन रिफंडेबल। सो ये एक ऑप्शन है। अच्छा, दूसरी चीज़ ये है कि प्रोजेक्ट के अंदर अगर किसी के पास मतलब ऐसा इक्विटी बेस या ऐसा कुछ ना करना हो, तो प्रोजेक्ट टू प्रोजेक्ट बेस भी आप फंडिंग ले सकते हो।
Okay,
so
there's
this
a lot
is
of
also
variation of options that you find.
Exactly.
But in Bharuch or more broadly in Gujarat, is there a lot of ecosystem of young entrepreneurs? Like sometimes the perception of students is all the guys we see make big, they started 30 years ago. But young students or young people going into entrepreneurship, do you know a lot of people around?
Yes, definitely. क्योंकि उसमें क्या है ना, इंडस्ट्रीज भरूच, अंकलेश्वर, झगड़िया, पानोली, दहेज, साइखा, मतलब ह्यूज अमाउंट ऑफ इंडस्ट्रीज आर देयर। सो पहले तो इतना मतलब मुझे मालूम नहीं था, बट अल्टीमेट मुझे नेटवर्किंग में बहुत थोड़ा इंटरेस्ट है, तो नेटवर्किंग में मैं काफ़ी ग्रुप के साथ ज्वाइंट हूँ। वहाँ पे जाके मेरे को मालूम पड़ा कि इतने एंटरप्रेन्योर्स हैं ऑलरेडी। सो इसीलिए मेरे सारे कनेक्शंस उनके साथ बनते गए। और दूसरा, जैसे ही मैं स्टार्टअप लेता गया, हम एक दूसरे के प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करते गए और आगे बढ़ते रहे।
So it's quite optimistic that there are opportunities for young guys to have an entrepreneurial mindset. No, but
Professor, just to add, I think very important because the thought process today in the startup world, and for you also because you get exposed to it from media and all of that as well, that a startup has to go through funding rounds. Ultimately, it has to be a unicorn exit, and you have to burn thousands of crores of rupees, and then you will become profitable at one point of time, and you will make it big. You will all be worth hundreds of crores of rupees, and that's success. I think it's a very mixed-sided view of success. In the chemical industry, entrepreneurship has been there for last 70 years, right? From the first company in India, the first private sector company in India, Atul Limited, is actually a chemical company. So entrepreneurship goes way back. There are very successful entrepreneurs today in India, people with a meager 50 lakh annual turnover. They are debt free, they are profitable, they have no working capital requirements, and they are the boss of their own company and their own product, and their product sells itself. And these people are, they have a very high happiness quotient and index as well. What you would generally find in reports that is available in Finland, it's there right here in India, in a lot of places in the chemical industry. So I think we have to really broaden our mindset and look at it from a very different angle compared to what the tech-based startup world presents.
So maybe exactly on this point, I'll try to be the devil's advocate and sort of ask the question that is probably on some of the student's mind as well, right? So one thing is you do this, but the other option is try to make a startup in one of the what I call more glamorous or sexy areas, fintech or whatever, and raise, go after what the VCs do and raise a lot of money. So when a student has a choice like that, I mean, how do you look at what is, I mean, is it internal satisfaction or impact, or what drives you, or put yourself in the mind of a young student who sees, starting an Ola versus a chemical thing, and there is a lot of glamour or things associated. How do you look at a thing like this?
A great question, and I think you have to be very objective in this. What is it that you want yourself doing in say 5 to 10 years time, and what kind of a person you are, right? You come to chemical engineering and you study chemical engineering. By the end of your 4th year, 5th year, if you say that, boss, this field is not for me, I might as well do an MBA and then start the journey, and then you look at entrepreneurship in a different way. Plenty of opportunities on that front as well. You like chemical engineering, you want to be in the chemical industry, you're looking at the capability to be involved in the lives of billions of people today, right? Any chemical today that is made, it touches billions of people today. So it's a great responsibility that we handle in the chemical industry, and you have to do it well, you have to do it safely, and you have to do it every single day. And then on top of that, you have to innovate as well. So you have to have that mindset of constant learning, of constantly looking at science and technology, and then drive yourself into that. So have to be very objective about that. If you don't like chemical engineering or the industry, you can still do a chemical company entrepreneurship as well, right? But you have other options as well. So I think you have to be very clear, or pick one and then see where it goes.
Great insight. I would just request everyone to be a little quiet. Don't talk amongst yourself, otherwise it disturbs the others. But with that, are there any audience questions? Maybe it's a good time, or I'll ask another question. But till then, if you have any audience questions, just raise your hands and somebody can probably pass around a mic. There is a question there. Do we have a mic, Harshil? Or you can just say it.
We get the funding by our institutions. So the next step is to sell the product. How can we sell it? How can we compete with the competitors? How can we make connections so they help us also? That is the basic.
Got it. And what's your name? Maybe you can. Sorry. And from which place are you? Okay, great. So you want to take that? Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So, your question is actually not only related to the chemical industry. So any startup, you find the problem, you start solving it, you get funds to then look at solving it, set up a company as well. And then of course your step is to look at customers. So where is your customer, which sector it is, how does he buy, what does he buy, and all of that. So you're figuring all of that out. Right. So if you have your own startup, this is absolutely mandatory for any startup, not only for a chemical startup. You have to find out who your customer is. And luckily, compared to 20 years back when the internet was nascent, it was very difficult to do this, because then you are constantly relying on people and hoping they will connect you, some voluntarily, some at various incentives. Very difficult in those times. Today, already a lot of information is available. So for example, you have a product that goes into the personal care industry. Today you just Google it, or you grok it, or whatever it is, and you will find out who are the personal care manufacturers in India, if not the world as well, right? The top 10, top 15 people. Or if you want to go at smaller companies, then you will find those as well. So today, luckily tech is making life easier for you to find your customer. Number two is, how do you sell to the customer? Is there competition? Of course there is competition, right? Every field today will have competition. So you have to also build that into your whole startup organization as well. So you must know who the competitor is. You must know what your product is offering that the competitor is not offering. Because keep in mind, if you're in the chemical industry, you're constantly being asked by your customers, how are you better than this? I'm already getting it, how are you better than that? So you need to have a value proposition, and it needs to also be quantified as well. So that's the amount of work that is needed for a chemical startup. I'm sure with others as well, but specifically for us, because we are that way more functional and not aesthetic, you have to have a very strong that way technology and R&D background to say that this is what we deliver to the customer. So it's a lot of work. Believe me, it's a lot of work, but there is no shortcut in this.
Thanks. Thanks.
You have to prove it.
So maybe let's continue the longer discussion, later. But good question. Do we have? There's a question there at the back. Yeah, you can say it loud. Okay, so that comes to you, resin. So I'll just repeat the question so that everyone gets it. So he's saying the majority of resins rely on fossil fuel feedstock, but in the future we are going to run out of fossil fuels. So what's your projection for the future? Huh? I mean, ESG resin, huh? Bio.
Yeah, so very right that fossil fuel is limited. They are projected to be over someday. When is that is still a matter of question that everybody is faced with. Is it 200 years from now? Is it 250 years from now? Is it 300 years or is it 500 years from now? So it's a question that is still doesn't have an exact answer, I think, because till today you find new gas sources as well, right? So we know a lot of it is there in the earth. However, I think an important way to look at it as well is that today you have plenty of sources by which you can make your products also at a good enough cost proposition as well. So you solve a waste problem today, you're solving a very important problem that affects all of us. It affects health for sure. Waste is a big health nuisance anyways. And at the same time, it keeps your soil clean, it keeps your water clean and all of that as well. So it has a beneficial effect just beyond saying that, okay, we'll run out of fossil and we'll go back to the Stone Age.
Got it. So before we go to the next question, I do have a question for Vishal, since there's a large audience from Gujarat, right? And of course, as a company, you want to grow. So as you grow, what's your bottleneck? Is it talent? Is it hiring like the best of the Gujarat students who are here, or is it capital, or like what are your plans, and what are typical bottlenecks to growth that you see?
See, basically, bottleneck तो बोलते हैं finance. बिकॉज फाइनेंस अगर अच्छा पहले के टाइम था, ये उनका एक क्वेश्चन था ना कि ये अगर मतलब दूसरा कॉम्पिटिटर है अपने साथ, तो बेसिकली मैंने जब उस टाइम पे स्टार्ट किया था ना, तो बहुत सारे ऐसे ETP STPs बनाने वाले लोग हैं. तो उस टाइम पे अपन मतलब जब स्टार्ट करते हैं ना, तो उस टाइम पे उसके बारे में मैंने नहीं सोचा था. उसके बारे में मैंने ये सोचा था कि मेरे को स्टार्टअप लेना है तो मैं अपना खुद का सर्विस कैसे दे सकूं. तो मैं खुद का सर्विस देने के लिए मैंने ये पिंच मतलब ये ढूंढ लिया कि भाई यहाँ से उनको रिकमिशनिंग कैसा कर सकता हूँ. रिकमिशनिंग करके मैंने क्लाइंट का कॉन्फिडेंस जीता, और क्लाइंट के कॉन्फिडेंस जीतने के बाद फिर धीरे धीरे करके उनको स्पैस देना स्टार्ट किया, और तब जाके उनको कॉन्फिडेंस आया ना. तो उन्होंने तो क्लाइंट नहीं लिया, बट उन्होंने रिकमेंडेड डेफिनेटली किया. ठीक है, तो रिकमेंडेड डेफिनेटली किया ना, तो उस रेफरेंस थ्रू प्लांट आते रहे. तो स्टार्ट किया था विदाउट फाइनेंस, कंसल्टेशन से स्टार्ट किया था. आज जो विजन उस टाइम पे देखा था, वो आज विजन पे आज जाके खड़े. ठीक है,
थैंक्स फॉर दैट. एनी क्वेश्चंस? I think we give some more time for questions. If you have a question, raise your hand and we'll go there. And meanwhile, for Priyanshi, I have a question, which is, you have two sides of what you do. One is more the traditional catalyst business, and one is your new startup. How do you see working in both? I mean, it's probably relevant to a lot of people who want to join a job as a professional or join their own family companies. What are differences in both of those styles of working?
So what I have seen is a lot of the learning that I have gained from one side also helps a lot with the other side. With the entrepreneurship background, you get to do a lot of things on the go. Like there are problems that arise and you're trying to solve those issues while you're still pitching, and you're trying to manage the customer side and your finances, everything. So a lot of that learning definitely helps when I am trying to do the R&D for the industry. For the family business, which is there are various expectations, various specifications that one needs to fulfill in an R&D project, and that sort of a learning helps. That the R&D project is itself a smaller startup, you could say, where you have these constraints and you're trying to work around and find a better solution as compared to the other traditional things. versus the other way also, while the experience of working in a family business, it's a structured business that is ongoing. So you have compliances, accounts, and everything. Those systems that you need to keep in place is something that is very important when you're running a startup. So many times with other fellow startup people that I've seen is that knowledge part is missing, but that's the main part of running a business. Accounts and then the compliances, filing the taxes on time, all of those things, you cannot miss those. Those are things that are basic to a business, and that learning comes from a traditional one, or you hire people that can teach you how to do this, but that's like the crux. And so that's why I've seen that whatever path you choose, either you want to start out as a startup entrepreneur right from the university, or you join a corporate, but these are the sort of like soft skills and also sort of communication skills that you learn during the process that will help you in both the sides. And that's what I'm learning from these two different, seemingly different side of the aspect, but very interconnected.
No, thanks. And so following up on that, maybe going back to your BITS times, more of a fun question. What is a subject that you really loved, and what is a subject that you hated? But more importantly, what is something that you wish you paid more attention to in hindsight? Is there something which you need in your startup, etc., and you wish, oh, if I had paid more attention, it would have helped me?
Immediately the thought that comes to mind is I love the designing aspect of a process design course that we had during BITS time. We had an amazing professor, and he would also, like, in order to demonstrate like the actual chemical technology part, he had once taken us to the central cooling unit of the university building as well to sort of demonstrate how it works. So because of the professor, that was sort of a favorite course of ours. And I wish I would have paid more attention to sort of the chemical technologies program. So what I have seen, the coursework was you go through one industry after the other in a very theoretical manner. Like each industry was covered like in a couple of days, like urea industry, oil and gas sector or so. So it was just be a lot of looking at the slides during the coursework. But what I've realized is you get a lot of inspiration from the existing industry, the process design aspect, identifying certain problem statements, what is bothering in that industry, how it has developed over the time. All those part of critical technology is something I'm learning about now, and they have amazing stories. So for example, how the oil and gas refinery industry has grown over the years, it's very inspiring. So indeed, if you're a chemical engineer, that sort of a learning, I wish I would have gotten more during my university days, because that sort of inspires you to further increase, that passion for chemical engineering comes in.
No, thanks. And maybe I want to ask that same question to the other panelists. Harsh, what did you like? What did you not like? What did you wish?
Fortunately, I liked almost all the subjects except for equipment design.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a nightmare for me. So, but I realized that ultimately, whether it's mass transfer, heat transfer, thermodynamics, process calculations, and all of that, at some point of time in your different journeys in the industry or in the corporate world, you will find some subject or the other that's going to come back and say that, boss, you wish you had studied that properly. So I think it's going to happen because there are a lot of subjects, and even now because it's all getting more interconnected and interdisciplinary. So you're bound to say that, oh shucks, I wish I had studied that better.
But what about the labs? I get a complaint from a lot of students that the labs put us in a coma. They're deadly boring. How are chemical engineering labs? Do you find them of any use now in hindsight?
Oh yes, I think you must take labs very seriously, because that's the only way that you get that feeling of what exactly synthesis is and what is it that you're going to do ultimately on, say, $1 billion scale as well. So your journey of creating $1 billion enterprise actually starts in the lab, because if you don't know how a reaction synthesis is happening, or if you don't know actually how your heat transfer is happening in a shell and tube heat exchanger, even just seeing it in our labs in universities, it helps you to relate to what you'll see in the industry. So I think it's fun. It can be made more fun. I think, Professor, that's feedback for all the professors as well. But I think immensely important. And institutes that have these resources, I think the students there are tremendously lucky.
Got it. No, any questions? There's a question there. Maybe one of you want to give it a shot. So in the chemical industry, R&D is important. So how do you manage the distribution of funds between R&D versus the operational side? How much do you devote to R&D, or maybe are Indian companies devoting enough to R&D, or any thoughts, or anyone?
At the moment, so what I'm seeing in the family business side is we are in the initial phases, we have allocated more than 30%. So typically in bigger industries, 10% of the budget is R&D and majority is, the rest of it is operation, maintenance and everything. We, depending on the phase of development that we are at, we have allocated close to 30-50% also of funds to R&D. And that helps us to develop the products further and service the customer needs more better. So it depends on the stage of development you are, but then certain times the R&D is done and you need to streamline the operations bit. So then we are reaching that stage soon where we need to optimize more and put more funding in that side rather than R&D.
So maybe a lot of companies here are startups, but probably Harsh, since you have seen also BASF and larger multinationals, right? What about Indian companies? Are Indian companies doing enough investments in R&D, mature companies, or what do you think?
Enough is always, I think, it's not enough. You can say that companies in India today, compared to what they were 15 years back, they are investing in R&D. However, very less investment is going in more transformational R&D. It's more on product development, to be honest, and either process development. So transformational R&D investment very limited in India, obviously because we are at that stage where companies need to succeed and get that capital to reinvest. But the promising thing is that with funds being open to startups, they have started to work on transformational R&D, and that's forcing companies to now not leave themselves behind in this race.
Got it. Yeah. Other questions? So meanwhile, there's a question. So what's your moat? How do you prevent a big guy from Suez from coming and competing with you and stealing all your business?
See, basically अगर मतलब कोई कंपनी ऐसा सीधा मैं उसके साथ अगर पार्टनरशिप करने को बोले या फिर उसके साथ जो भी उसका टेक्नोलॉजी जो अडोप्ट करना हो तो डेफिनेटली वी कैन गो हेड विद दिस. अभी मतलब करंटली देखने जाओ ना तो एज पर द माय बिजनेस पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू अब ETP, HTP ये सारी चीज़ें जो बनाते हैं ना उसके अंदर सारी चीज़ें असेंबल होती है. नॉट वी आर नॉट अ मैन्युफैक्चरर, मतलब पंप नॉट मैन्युफैक्चरर, मेम्ब्रेन नॉट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग. तो सारी कंपनीज की मेम्ब्रेन्स वगैरह जो आती है ना तो उसको अडोप्ट कर सकते हैं. सो डेफिनेटली अगर उसके साथ डील कर सकते हो कि भाई यहाँ का डीलरशिप या यहाँ का डिस्ट्रीब्यूशनशिप मुझे चाहिए. सो समझा नहीं. हाँ.
So definitely to paraphrase, what does a small guy compete against a big guy? Like what is it for the small startup when you compete against somebody big?
See, basically फिर उसके बाद में हम अब कोई और ऐसी कंपनी हो जिसके साथ अपने जा सकते हैं या तो फिर आइदर देखो अपन अगर स्मॉल स्केल पे चलते हैं तो स्मॉल स्केल पे ऐसा तो है नहीं कि सारे मेम्ब्रेन्स उसी की मतलब एडोप्ट करने वाले हैं. सारी इंडस्ट्रीज तो वही की वही मेम्ब्रेन लेने वाले हैं नहीं. कोई ना कोई तो अपनी मेम्ब्रेन भी खरीदेगा और दूसरा उसके दोनों के बीच में कंपनी जायंट है बट उसका स्पेसिफिकेशन भी तो इम्पोर्टेंट है. तो अगर स्पेसिफिकेशंस जो अपने ऐसा मतलब रिजल्ट दे सकता है तो फिर कोई दिक्कत कहाँ है, समझे?
Yeah, go ahead.
As a a small company, one of the big advantages that you have over any of these bigger ones is customer service. Since a smaller company, a person has been involved from various different aspects, not just technical, but slightly on the maintenance side, commercial side. The person that's dealing with the customer generally has a lot more insight as compared to just one sales head that is from a bigger company. So you have to understand that that is a superpower that you have, because you are able to service the customer from various angles. In the discussion, you will be able to understand what they require and all of those needs. That's a better relation between the customers and a smaller entity, and they are reluctant to let go of you if you've provided a good service. So that relation is maintained after you've provided a good service, and you will be able to understand. So that.
So maybe we'll continue the rest of the discussion.
I'll just sum that up with one sentence.
Sure.
Jam ke ladai karo. No other solution. Okay.
Yeah. Thanks. I mean, that's yeah.
वैसे फॉर एन एग्जाम्पल देखने जाओ ना, तो लूबी और किर्लोस्कर दोनों के पंप आते हैं. तो लूबी पहले पंप बना था, किर्लोस्कर भी आया, तो दोनों के पंप चल रहे हैं ना. ऐसा तो है नहीं ना, लूबी ने किर्लोस्कर को एक्वायर किया, किर्लोस्कर ने लूबी को एक्वायर किया, नहीं, दोनों के पंप चल रहे हैं ना, दोनों उसके स्पेसिफिकेशंस के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं.
So one question I get from students, and maybe I'll put it to Harsh because you also worked in more mature companies, is right now for a lot of students, whether it's a top student or a middle student or whatever caliber, typically a chemical industry, not always, but very often an IT or some other sector, and it's not entrepreneurship, but for jobs, say, or a job in a startup. Other sectors are very often offering higher salaries and stealing up things, right? And it has existed for a while, but now things are changing in India. But do you think from an industry's point of view, it's a problem where a great student goes to IT or a startup or banking? Or should the chemical industry not care, or should it start caring, and can it increase compensation to attract whatever is the student, but at his scale, whether it's even a poor student or a top student, but the other sectors at whatever point are stealing them away? Is this a problem the industry needs to address, or is it structural and we should just say the chemical industry can't do anything?
I have to be careful to answer this. I don't want to give a grim picture and demotivate, but also want to make sure that we get this right. The perspective is that salaries are very high in finance, venture capital, banking, and all of that as well. And if you have that kind of a caliber and aptitude, obviously you go there. Your goal is to just, like I said, make money, live your life and all of that. Great. Go do that, no problem at all. Is the salaries in chemical engineering, in the chemical industry, on par with the other industries? Various places, yes, it is. So if you look at typically the MNCs, you work for an MNC and you spend, say, at least 5 years in the MNC, and you are at, say, a mid-management level position, I think you have salaries that are on par with IT industry. And what these MNCs have done in India at least is they've forced some of the Indian companies also to then match those kind of salary structures as well. Traditional companies in India, which is homegrown Indian companies, slightly unorganized though, they have been struggling with this for a long period of time, because the mindset is that you need to keep costs low. And that's a reality. Every chemical industry needs to keep the cost low. Otherwise, the chemical becomes uncompetitive. You're not Apple.
So maybe just to interject there, so historically, like the chemical industry in India versus where we are going now, right? Is there a change? Like, so for example, if you were doing off-patent, Me Too sort of thing versus innovative stuff, or the scale, if you were small companies, a lot of Indian ones, whereas now we have a lot of sectors where the Indian companies are giants. Is that going to change things, or you think... So is the curve trajectory for chemical
100%. The curve and trajectory is much better than what it was 20 years back. And it will keep getting better, for sure. But there will still be a gap between the banking side, the financial side, the D2C consumer side, and all of that as well. So that gap will remain. But things are much better for the chemical industry today.
Great, thanks. Maybe we have time for one or two last questions, if there are any audience questions. Someone? Anything pressing? Okay. If not, I think any last comments, quick ones from both of you? Vishal, anything that you want to tell the students? Anything? Any last words of wisdom?
सी बेसिकली एंटरप्रेन्योर अभी बनने के लिए क्या चाहिए? सो व्हाट्स योर ओपिनियन? हाँ, ओके, नेक्स्ट, ओके, नेक्स्ट, next, anybody else?
I think it's late at night. You'll have to give the answer.
सबसे पहले ड्रीम चाहिए. पहले अपने पास ड्रीम चाहिए कि भाई ये चीज़ करना है. अगर ड्रीम सोचोगे ना तो आइडियाज ऑटोमेटिकली आते जाएंगे, फाइनेंस का ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग होता जाएगा, स्टाफ अरेंज होता जाएगा, सारी चीज़ें ऑटोमेटिकली चाहिए. सबसे पहले चाहिए ड्रीम. तो ड्रीम देखोगे डेफिनेटली होगा ही.
Thanks, Priyansh.
I would say, like, currently, all of you guys are in university. It's a great time to explore different areas, make the best use of that, and whatever you do, it's very critical to do things properly. So even when it comes to like managing events or like the presentation aspect, non-technical skills, these things that you do during the university days, they will help you immensely once you're out of the university, be it entrepreneurship or like joining a corporate sector. So even if you do intend to be, be an entrepreneur, initially, if you need to take up a job in the management side or something, these things that you've learned in the university, because you won't get to learn actively after you've graduated. So make the best use of that and do the chemical engineering aspects also properly. Because what I'm seeing many times is my friends who have joined the finance sector, they are now coming back into managing ventures or managing funding for these kind of growing deep tech sector which is there. So if you're interested, these things will keep coming back in life. There are opportunities that will spring up, but you need to be able to capture them. For that, build the skill set now.
Thanks. And Harsh?
I think what I'll say is please ये 2 minute instant noodle और 10 minute delivery के चक्कर और धंधे में मत पड़ो. I think that is the most devastating culture that is right now being promulgated. We are in a serious business in the chemical industry. What we do affects billions and billions of lives. And we need to treat that with respect. All of you or any of you who will work in the chemical industry, working in a manufacturing facility that makes a hazardous product but ultimately a safe product for the customer, you have the responsibility to ensure that nothing happens, that a Bhopal gas tragedy is not repeated, that an oil spillage that happens in the seas is not happening, that our soils are not spoiled and our rivers are not polluted. And that requires our serious contribution. And therefore, please get your mindset to be more detail oriented. No matter what you do, practice that detail oriented work in your 4 years of engineering. Take a project and learn as much as you can about that project, irrespective of the field, and make sure that you exercise your concentration powers, your focus powers, and your ability to absorb knowledge. And that's the single most critical quality that will help you succeed in your career, and more so in the chemical industry as well. So that's coming after 17 years in the industry and seeing failures and successes in both its equal shares as well. So that's my 2 cents.
Great. Thanks, Harsh. And with that, I think we come to the end of this session. I think, I hope for future Azeotropy, we'll get a lot more entrepreneurs. You'll remember this session. I hope it inspires people. And most importantly, let's thank all the panelists for taking time off on a Saturday to come here and be with us. So thank you.
So thank you so much, sir, and all the panelists for this wonderful and insightful session. And thank you so much all the audience for being so patient. And also thank you to give so much support to Azeotropy from morning to till now. There is the entire LH is almost full. So now we are going to end this panel discussion by giving the moment to all the panelists and professor. Now let's start by Vishal Surti. Now, Harsh Bhatt, sir. Now, Priyanshi, ma'am. And now, Professor Nabar, who give too much help to us.
So now we will be having prize distribution. The most awaited one. So I would like all of you to be here and see the prize distribution.
एक मिनट.
Guys, scan this QR code to mark your attendance.
ये सर्टिफिकेट ऑफ
बोल दो कि we are providing certificate of completion.
So now we'll be distributing the certificates of completion for the campus ambassadors.
गाइस सब शांत हो जाओ. We are distributing prize, so be calm.
All the CAs who are here, we are providing you the certificate of completion. So we'll take your name. Please come here and take your certificates. So Umang Patil.
प्रॉफ चले जाएंगे ना, ट्रॉफीज देते हैं ना. ट्रॉफीज पहले देते हैं. भाई प्रॉफ चले जाएंगे, प्रॉफ से ट्रॉफीज देते हैं. बंद उसको बंद तो करो. तो फिर उसको बुला लो ना. शिवानी
फाइनलिस्ट के ग्रुप में
Guys, this is the attendance QR for panel discussion. So whoever attended, please scan the QR and mark your attendance.
मैं बोलूँ क्या? Guys, so we'll be first giving competition certificate for chemophilia. This is the flagship quiz competition that we have annually and with 1,000+ participations. So the first prize goes to Aman Desa. So is Aman here? Yeah. In the